Welcome everybody. It's Wednesday. It's the 1st of January 2025. Can you believe it? That year went round real fast. So first of all, thank you very much for joining. If you're watching later or if you're watching live, thank you so much for jumping in. So tonight we've got a couple of interesting things to check out. First and foremost, Happy New Year everybody. It's 2025. I hope you're all ready for some crazy stuff. This is going to be the year that video gets perfected, if you want to even use that word. Certainly we're going to see leaps and bounds this year. I mean, if the closeout to 2024 was anything to go on, I think you already knew that. You probably didn't need me to tell you. But here we are, and it's time to look at some more stuff. So, first of all, thank you very much. I'll be keeping an eye on the chat as always. Don't know who's here tonight. Hopefully we'll have some more people stopping by. Clearly, with it being New Year's Day, you know, probably some people are still a little bit bleary-eyed from last night. Maybe party too hard. You know, it happens. But we start the year as we mean to go on. So that means we've got a whole lot of stuff to get into. So first of all, I mean, I've already showed you. I'm going to mute it so it doesn't double up. But we had some fun with the Happy New Year card. These are some of the rejections from the drift videos I was making with Hunyuan video. So we got some GTA graphics, GTA physics taking place here. Because obviously I made like probably about 800 clips, and then I picked the best ones for the edits that came out. There will be a full tutorial coming in video form over on the main channel, so not live. So you tend to do, the live shows tend to be sort of like you looking over my shoulder, plus a couple of other things, bits and pieces. But the sort of professional tutorial type stuff will be landing soon. I was on a bit of a break, so I've only been doing live shows over Christmas and New Year's week. But I'm glad to be back. So, now we've got to get discipline. So, I'm going to disappear because that's enough intro for me. What I want to do is I want to look at Framer today. What is Framer? Oh, see, that's why I got to disappear. I'm just blending into the screen. Okay. So, thank you all for joining. Today we're going to be taking a look at Framer, and we're going to build a whole workflow pack based on the examples. Just going to update them slightly. There's some really cool features in this. You have a start image and you have an end image. I've got some images which I want to have a little mess around with. Now, I don't know if we can do the input trajectory. I'm pretty sure we can do it, but it does actually automatically do it if you don't define it. So there are a whole bunch of examples if I go down here. So this is with user iterative. I think they mean interactive. So going from image A to image B and then having that be a video. But you've also got, like I said, without user input. So it's able to pick something and then use that as the point of reference. It'll be pretty easy to show off when we get there. I wish I had this many. Do you know what? I might just steal. Can I steal some of these images? It might be that I can just steal them. But we'll come back to this anyway. Oh, that's interesting. Time-lapsing. And so, like I said, this is like a more powerful interpolation tool than perhaps we've been used to. If you see here, we have input and we have the A and B, and this is comparing. We used Rife a lot, we used Film a lot. I even had a little mess around with Dynamic Crafter, but didn't really enjoy it. I've been sticking with Film up until now. It does have its problems, and Framer claims to have solved a lot of them. So we're going to take a look at that. See, Film gets a bit confused there, but this one works quite nicely. As you can see, this is actually quite an interesting little tool. So we're going to kick things off with a little bit of Framer. Now, clearly, you're going to want to know how you even get Framer. So first of all, it's going to be a KeyJai, comfy UI for Framer wrapper. I don't know why, but for some reason this hasn't really gotten all of the attention, which is interesting. It does require that you have the diffusers Stable Diffusion XT 1.1. A lot of people sort of think this is old hat, but it's actually pretty good. See, a lot of the new video models aren't in diffusers format, which is quite an important thing for compatibility with other projects. But anyway, this one is using diffusers SVT XT 1.1, which we've used in the past for things like live portrait and mimic motion and others. And there are 2 additional models that you need to grab and put into the Comfy UI models, diffusion models. Now they will be coming from Kijai's Hugging Face. So if we take a look, we have a 3 GB, well 4 GB I guess, Framer unit, and we also have a 1.3 GB Framer control net. And that's it really. To be honest, with the nodes we're going to look at, they automatically download everything else. So if that was missing, I think you don't need it. And then this is something else we might have time for. We'll see. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off with Framer Comfy. Okay, very simple. 512 by 320. I don't know if that's relevant to us, but we'll soon find out. So if we take a look at the first example workflow right here, what you can see is Electrolab, happy year of the new, indeed. So we're going to take a look at this right now. Now I don't use Triton, okay? I don't care about speed increase. I couldn't give a, you know, if it works, it works, and it takes as long as it'll take, as in my opinion. As time moves on, things have always gotten faster, so I've never needed to do like speed hacks. And you could say Triton isn't a speed hack, but anything which requires compiling is just like, I just think that it's not going to work for most people, so I'll probably just drop it. Although you can attach that right here to compile args. So if you do use Triton, okay, then that's something you can do, but I'm not going to bother including it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to reorder this workflow here, but we'll give it a run first and show you. So what I've got is I got a screenshot from Space Marine 2, and then I got another screenshot from Space Marine 2. Now these are actually the same screen, it's the same scene. So I've just done an extreme zoom out with a whole bunch of effects, okay? And what it's done is it has attached, it's said this point here is this point here, which it is. And so it's automatically found a pixel to track, okay? So let's just run it. Now obviously it's going to be running with Framer here. We're going to resize the images to 512 by 320, which I guess is the standard it requires. And then it's going to do sift. Okay. Now the bottom half is just showing the tracking point. Alright, so look, it tries to zoom out, but it's too much of a change. And then also something else I noticed is at the end, it doesn't really go to the end. I mean, it does. You can see that the pixels have made up, but it's kind of like low detail. You see what I mean? Like this is the image. So if I take a look at this image, look, this is nice and sharp. Everything looks good. So I'm not fully understanding exactly why, because you'd think all you'd have to do is put the last image at the end and blend to it, and then it would look perfect. But I'm guessing they just want to show what the tool is actually doing. Okay, so obviously different image, different effect. But essentially this is just an interpolation tool, guys. So maybe, how about I pick a different image next, right? I wanted to see if it can get a pan up. I bet it can't, but we'll try it, yeah? So we've got an image there, and we've got another image here. So here we have an image level on, and then we have the same image from above. Okay, nice and simple. Let's see what it makes of it. Oh, can't do it. So he couldn't find, I'm guessing he couldn't find a common thing. I'm just going to double check that. Yeah, he can't do it. So there's some limitations. Alright then, so in that case we'll try this one and we'll try this one. So in this image he is he's grabbing the Tyranid by the throat, and in this one he is baiting the next one, but it's the same image, so it should be able to find a point of similarity. So let's find out. Yep, it did. It found this, the head and the head. Okay, so that's pretty good. Let's see what it makes of it. It's pretty fast, this as well, so pretty interesting stuff. This is actually like 2 weeks old, so I didn't hear much about this. I don't know exactly why. Okay, so it didn't do like a zoom out, which I expected, but it has given me some motion, which is usable. So here we have. Okay, so it moved from there to there. That's really interesting. So this is like the automatic mode, just for interpolation, okay? But it looks like he has to find some common point. Otherwise he has trouble. He can't match the frames, which is kind of interesting, actually. So it's sort of like a little limitation. So I wonder if I could go... now this would be an interesting one. What about if I go from here to here? So we have the same setup. He's grinning and holding a melter gun, and you can see there's this guy with the red eyes in the background. So when it zooms in, he's still there. So you'd think maybe it could figure that out. Let's find out. Oh, look at that. We found a whole bunch of common things. This is very cool. See, I like the Kling 1.5 motion control stuff, and this looks a lot like that. Oh no, what happened? It's not quite what I thought would happen. He kind of... It's not quite what I thought would happen there, but hey, it is what it is. Alright, let's just keep going. What other cool screenshots do I have? This probably won't work, but we'll try it anyway. So we've obviously got our man Titus, and then he's having a great time with the flamethrower. So it's matched his ear to his ear. So let's see what the video is. Oh no! That didn't work at all. See, like I said, some of these are going to be a complete shocking failure. But I wanted to test some of this sort of stuff. Okay, we got more silly screenshots from Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. So we have our man Titus, and then we have him having a great time. Okay, so it's found something which it can latch on to. Now we're going to see how it butchers the animation. I think that if you figure out how best to use this, it could be quite interesting, but it's kind of like figuring out what the best use case is for this sort of thing. So you can see it drags the thing there up the pillar in the background. It's kind of interesting how it's rotating it. I'm sure this could be, and again, this is one of many example workflows which we're going to look at for Framer. Let's see, what do we have here? That one and that one. I mean, are they even... No, it's too different. Too different. I mean, that might work. Let's try it. It's kind of tricky because it's sort of like I've got loads of images and I'm trying to find them. Like, I'm hoping that the Tyranids in the background are going to get recognized because time has frozen, right? So yeah, it has. It's identified these things. So it's going to have to get lower. I don't think it does natural camera movements. I think it just interpolates from one to the next. Oh, what the heck? Oh, the ground moved. Everything. Nope, that's not working. But that's okay. Excuse me. Right, in we go. Nothing. Couldn't find anything. I guess they have changed. Sort of. Yeah, this is it's too different. Right. Time to look at a different... Oh, wait, hang on. Ah, now that could work. See, it's a rotation. Right? All it's doing is rotating. So I wonder if it can figure it out. It's using the menu. That's not good. I think this is going to break. Throttlemouth says, Gesundheit. Yeah, thank you very much. And welcome, Throttle. Ah, now that worked. That actually did work. Check that out. It gave me the rotation from there to there. Alright, let's see if we can rotate from there to there. Whoops. Let's see if we can rotate from there to there. So see if we can get a bit more rotation out of it. I thought that was going to fail, to be honest. So we're not giving him the middle now. Oh. Damn. Yeah, that didn't work at all. He just went from one to the next one. Can you make it go 360? No, we just established that it can do like 45 degrees. If you try to make it do more than that, like, look, I've got a full 360 spin here. It'll just morph, I bet it will just morph. Let's see if it can do 90 degrees. Yeah, it can't do it. It's too much. It did 45 degrees. Let's see if it can do 90. And if it can't do that, we'll try 45 degrees next. Oh, it tried. It's having a little bit of trouble with the shield, it looks like. We go from there to there. Oh yeah, look, it can do 45 degrees. It just can't do 90. It's too much for the model to figure out. And it is low res, big time low res. But then it's been shrunk down to 512 by 320, so Throttlemouth says, can you make it go 360? I've been struggling to rotate a cube in place. So it looks like you might be able to get away with it by chaining many rotations. So see how we've gone from that angle to the next angle, right? And again, it's kind of unfortunate because look how much detail we've given it. We've given it all this detail, and the best it can give us is this. Ooh. Mr. Super Fake Mame, yeah, this is what I'm working on with Trellis to give the images and then interpolate or interoperate. Yes. So I think this is actually a really useful tool, but it's just a case of what you're trying to use it for. You know what I mean? So I've got, like I say, I've got all these rotations of this Space Marine guy. So say I wanted to do a different rotation. I mean, because you could always make all of the interpolations and then put them together afterwards, right? So for example, if I wanted to do this rotation from here to here, I reckon it'll do that just fine. Let's have a look. It's fast. At least it's fast. You know what I mean? There you go. He's rotating just fine. He's going from one to the next. It's not perfect, but it's interesting. Alright, well, while we're at it, let's go over to the framer. Let's go over to the framer thing and back again, back again. We'll go to the examples. Now, we've been looking at automated interpolation 01, I think. Let's just double check that. Yeah, automated interpolation 1. So we've also got manual trajectories 01, which I also want to check out. So we're going to grab that and see what that looks like. And we'll keep that one alive. That is the new glitch. So I'll keep that alive. That's the old glitch, so I can kill that one. Replace it with the latest framer. Okay, so what's wrong with it? Refresh the page, probably. There we go. So now we've got a tool to do the splining. Okay, so look at that. It's got completely different videos in the... So, can we find another screenshot to do the manipulation on? No. These are all too far apart. It's almost like I need to actually open up Space Marines and grab some more, because like I said, you can stop time and take pictures, right? Which means that it's possible to get images like that and then like that. So obviously we have the exact same scene, same pose, same location, right? Nothing's changed, just pulled the camera back. Okay, so now I've got two, what I'd say, pristine inputs for testing this. Of course, it helps if you actually make sure that this is plugged in. I believe that's everything I need to do. I'll just bypass that. Go again. It's only got 14 frames, which isn't a lot. What are we gonna get? No, I didn't actually do the vectors. So obviously this isn't a good vector. So let's have a look at the controls. What do we got? So you can have two spline editors. So I would say it's probably going to be more like this. And I'm just going to... Can you actually just bypass it? Let me just make sure here. So I'm taking it image 1 and then image 2. So we don't want him to bend the gun up. Append strings. I don't know. Yeah, I thought so. It needs to have both. Okay. Well, if this is going to be... It's probably more like that then, actually, isn't it? It's kind of hard to tell. But then for this one... I don't know. Put it down and up. See what happens. Oh. Maybe a bit too much down. But the up worked. Yeah, I probably went too much down, actually. Go like that, maybe. It's interesting how we've just lost all the detail, though. It's almost a shame. Because the detail was there, you know what I mean? But it's just gone. I don't know if that's XVD. It probably is. It's trying, though. It is trying. Like, the reason I'm looking at this is because I see it as, like, the future of a way to control the motion. There's lots of different ways of controlling motion in video. And I think that the spline controls is probably the most interesting. Because obviously you can have more splines, you can have more points to sample. So, here. Let's see if we can increase the frame rate. We'll go for 24, and then we'll change this to 24 as well. I'm not going to mess around with the resolution because I know that there's limitations on the model might be. It can only do that res. But often what happens is you get new ones. Mr. Super Fake Name says, that's just weird. It is weird. But I guess it's got to start somewhere. How's it looking now? Kind of goes inside of him. It's not as bad as the first one. And it is doing a pan out. Makes you wonder though. I wonder if there's anything we can do. FPS is 7. That's weird. Let's go for 24 and see what happens. 7 FPS. Should be real snappy then, right? This is definitely slow motion. Didn't look like it changed, did it? There we go. We need to change it here as well. Go. I just want to up the frame rate and see how it looks. What? Don't tell me it's... Yeah, it just did it. It just updated instantly. Right, okay. It is weird. It looks like SD 1.5, you know? It doesn't look like current diffusion model. But it is using XVD 1.1, which is getting old now compared to some of the newer models that we've been using. Sometimes I feel a little spoilt with all of the models that we've been getting lately. I don't know about you guys. But certainly it feels like the automatic version does a better job than I did. And you can see what I was trying to do there. Make the gun shrink and then make him kind of... Because he does go down from the top of the picture to the middle of the picture. It's interesting. It's kind of like... I don't know why it's showing both. It's kind of difficult to see what the hell you're trying to do here. It's got a blend amount. It's probably so that I can see where it's got to go from and to in one image. But it still feels weird. Mr. Super Fake Name says, I am a fan of art with the available tools. I know it looks like garbage, but this is the ASCII art of what's coming. And ASCII art was cool. Hell yeah. So like I said, I thought this would be a fun thing to just start off the year with. Mostly because a lot of people sort of didn't really pay any attention to Framer. But if we use it in various different ways, it's good for different things. So, I mean, what I would like to do is see if we can't use it for interpolation. Now, I don't think there's an example of that right now. But certainly the interpolation does look good. There's a lot less hallucinatory, which I like, but it would be nice to have more control. So start, end, and result. This is just an example. So I think rather than trying to manually control it, which is what that last one that we looked at is, even though I think this is like the future of controlling motion, it's more the spline editor itself than the actual framer model. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take another look at this automatic version, and what I'd like to do is see if it's possible to use this to interpolate some video, because at the moment I think this is just set up for interpolating a start and an end, start and an end still. So I don't want to get ahead of myself, because I don't think that we actually have, we don't actually have the tools to use Framer with video, which is kind of a shame. Let's see about upping the frames on this one. So 24 and 24, and then there's no spline control. Okay, 24. I just want to see what this looks like. See, it would be nice if we could use this like we use film. So you pass it a sequence of images and it will then interpolate those images like film would. Okay. See, I don't see how it's going to keep this detail when we see such a huge drop in detail. I don't see how it's going to do better than... Is there... Oi! I didn't ask you to reset, I asked you to look for Framer stuff. Chords... Video dump frames. So this is all the Framer stuff we have here. Framer sift, tracking concat, torch compiler, chords to Framer. That's interesting. Chords to Framer means you might be able to use SAM too. Or Florence even, to identify the coordinates. You'd have to obviously input them here, but... See, the problem you have with this is that it only has start image, end image. So, like, how would you... how could you do something like this? You'd have to, like... I mean, you could use my Frame Thief. It might work with my Frame Thief. Maybe. Let's have a little look-see here, shall we? So, it requires you to restart. Yeah, I used to use the media mixer nodes, Mr. Super Fake Name, final frame selector and first frame selector. Trouble is, that's not going to give us the full range. So what I would do is something a little bit something like this. So I'm going to use my Batch Thief, which is something I developed for the data moshing stuff, okay? Now, if I take a load video node, load video directory, now we'll just do load because these are useful for automating the workflow, okay? And this one for picking a specific frame, this one for loading in a directory of videos. But what I'll do is I'll just use upload for now, right? And we will pick a video. So let's pick this video. It's pretty chaotic. Off it goes. Nice J-turn there, GTA physics style. So what I'll do is I'll load the Batch Thief, right? And then this is going to get complicated because there's 73 frames in this video. That's the only trouble. It needs some way, because I don't want to do this 73 times, which is what you effectively would have to, you know, I'm thinking about doing it manually, right? Because obviously start frame is 0, end frame 1. That gives you a start frame and an end frame, okay? I mean, it's possible to do the final frame selector and the first frame selector with this, right? So let's just start there. Actually, we'll use both. We'll use both approaches. Final. I love that he added in both, because at first I would have to get this one and reverse it and then do it again. Okay. So this is like not it's clumsy. That's too big as well. Let's see what happens, because it's far too big. Oh, and then what's going on here? How does the sift work? Right, we're gonna need to start expanding these bad boys, because I can get rid of that. Have that there, have that there, and then that is your main thing. So we need to figure out how to re-establish this. So shift or sift has a start image and a number of frames. How do we get a number of frames? Number of frames there, 24. Okay. So it looks like we picked the first frame but not the last frame. So let's go with the first frame then. Bring him up here as well. Just basically make a mess right now. It's fine. And boy, I just want that. So I'll go to there. Okay. And this is like a preview, I guess. And we don't really need to see where it's going. I don't care about that. So then we can just get a preview for what it's doing. And end, start, end. So there is an end. So I'll go like that. End image. Now I haven't done the restart, the resize. I know that. I just want to see what will happen. Okay. Watch it blow up. Hey, imagine that. Imagine it just works without restarting it. I mean, without needing to shrink it. Ooh. Scale. Please remove it. Well, it can only go crash, right? So, what's the worst that could happen? Nothing. Nothing happens. The worst that could happen is nothing happens. It didn't actually use that much memory either. So what we just did was we asked for the first frame and the last frame. So I stole the start frame, and then, so it's just 2 frames, that's all it is. Maybe they were too close together. I'm going to say frame 10 then, and go again. Start and end seem, yeah, I think it's because it's 24 frames per second, the difference between 0 and 1 wasn't great enough. So let's see what happens when we increase it. I don't know, I'm not, yeah, look, it's almost not, I don't know, it is different though, it is different. You should see some movement. Oh, there we go. Interesting. Right, let me just compare this. Okay, so if I take that range and put it there, we can compare what the video looked like. Yeah? Versus what... So this is the Hunyuan output, and then this is the Framer interpolated output. Should only be 10 frames. Right, of course. So, hang on. it's 10 frames at 24 frames, because I changed it to 24, didn't I? So if I change this to 10, I'm just trying to see if we can get this to work like an interpolation, you know, like film or something like that. That's what I'm trying to do right now. So we don't need to resize it to the tiny size. That's number one. It's actually fine. It only used 10 gigabytes of VRAM. And you know what? I'm actually quite impressed with that. Oh, really? This is actually comparable now. Interesting. Okay, so what happens if we say... what happens if we say 24 then? I'm going to push the boat out. We'll go 24 on this side as well. So then we're just going to see what... Oh, it couldn't figure it out. I wonder why. What have I done differently? Maybe I went too far. It can't figure it out. Maybe there's too much change in between the two frames. Let's find out. Preview and preview. So we get our start frame and end frame. Yeah, there's no point of commonality left for it to like automatically grab onto. Maybe this is where the manual workflow might actually help us, because we can say, oh, the motion is going that way, but still it's hit and miss. See, here we actually have grabbed... Alright, well, I don't normally interpolate more than 8 frames at a time anyway, so let's just go with 8 frames. And so that means 8 frames here as well. 8 frames, 8 frames. Okay, we'll go, yeah. It can figure that out. Good, 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 good. Because 8 frames is quite a lot for interpolation. Okay, so that actually is comparable with what was coming out of Hunyuan, you know. It's almost the same. So what happens if we just chain this together? Yeah? So let's figure out what the best way to chain this will be. So we'll keep that far away. Let's just have a little bit of a reorganization of things here. So that would be your start, that would be your end. And then, let's see, I probably want to keep this up down there somewhere so you can see. And then probably put this up high, just so we've got a bit of contrast for the lines. I like it to be readable. Okay. And then this is telling us what this section should look like. So hang on, we'll go original. Where's the title gone? There it is. I couldn't even see it. Original sequence. And then we'll change this one to framer interpolation. Alright. Now you're probably thinking, well, this is all very well and good. We've only done 8 frames. I think you could probably understand. All I've got to do is Control CV and like bring it down. Do you know what I mean? So like there'd be 10 lines for 73 frames of video. There would be 10 lines, right? So every 8 basically. And so anyway, I've shown you what my batch thief does. There's also another one called batch swap, batch range swap to be specific, right? And so what you do with batch range swap is you say, you get the original sequence, right? Put that into the target, okay? And then we go all the way to the end, And remember, you've got to have it the same, so 0 to 8. So we're going to do 0 to 8 here, right? Go like that, swap frames. You probably could take it from the sampler as well, to be fair. It's not the end of the world. Either will do. And then if I copy this one, and then I'll say, call this one swapped. Swapped framer. Okay? And so that's the other half of the batch thief. So we got batch thief and batch stash, basically. This is going to overwrite our edited frames. So if we just go like that. Throttle mouth. Start and end seem to be the same frame. Billy Nom 8, welcome, welcome. That video is perfect for the music, just need to sync. Lol. And throttle mouth, oh, you could blend the original sequence with the framer sequence. And that's what we're going to do. Now, could you tell? That's the original video. Could you tell where it was changed? You see? You can't even tell. Alright, let's keep going then. I'm going to see how far this rabbit hole goes. So I'm going to put the batch thief up there and the swap there. So you can see, you know, this is happening up here. You see what I'm trying to say? Right? So we're going thief, doing a bunch of stuff. We don't need all these comparisons really. We only really need the last one, which is putting it back. But I wanted to see the framer versus the original sequence, frame for frame, and then swap it in and see. Can you even see a jump? You can't even see a jump there. So that's seamless. It's a seamless blend. Put that up there, put that up there. Okay, so what I want to do next, probably reposition this a bit. Put that straight, put that up there. It just keeps it in a nice tidy block for now, yeah? Okay, so now what we've got is we've got a module, I guess you could say. Let's draw this out just a little bit further. Yeah, that's probably looking good there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this whole block and paste it down here. Okay. And then obviously what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to do 9. And I guess I was going to say 16, but it's actually 17, isn't it? Oh, that's weird. Because you don't want it to overlap. So everything's going to get shunted forward. That's weird. That is a weird thing. Okay, well, we'll soon find out if I'm wrong about that. So 9 and 17. So we're going to do another 8 frames, basically. Do the exact same thing. It shouldn't have to change anything there. So let's find out. Off it goes. Now, it could run into trouble with the motion, because what the hell is it going to, you know, what if there's nothing to attach to? If there's too much fast motion, there's nothing for it to figure out. And then I guess you'd have to use the manual version and draw the vectors on yourself. Oh, look, it's just that bit. What's going to be really interesting is when we get to the reverse J-turn. And then because the reason I'm using this video is because it's not a good video, right? So it goes against what the what models are trained for, which is realism, yeah? Like, where's the road, you know? So you'd think the interpolation would try to keep the road there, see? So we'll soon find out if things go wrong when we get to the next level. So again, and this one obviously is going to go on from here. So we're going to do 18 plus 26, I think. 18 to 26, maybe. Not there. 18 to 26, and just in case that's not long enough, let's put another one in, and this one will be 27 to what, 34? I can't do math. I can't do math. What the hell do you think this is? 35. Yeah, maybe. 27 to 35. Did I just put 25 there? Yeah, I did. 27 to 35. Okay. And why not? We'll do one more for good measure. So 36 to what? 42? No. 44. 36 to 44. Man, I'm going to have to make another node to do this math for me. I'm far too lazy to do +8 in my head. Okay. Oh, we got stuck where? Where did we get stuck? Here. So at this point, there's nothing for it to... Yeah, it can't figure it out. Look. There's nothing for it to there's nothing for it to latch onto. There's no object. So that's a problem. Did it just stop doing it because it got that far and was like, ugh? Yeah. So mute that for now. Oh dear. Oh, it just hasn't done it yet? Okay. Yeah, it can't figure it out. Also, there's a mistake here. I'm taking the original video every time, alright? And what I should be doing is I should be taking the finished video and putting that into the thief. So actually chaining. At the moment I was doing it in series, or no, sorry, in parallel. And we need to do it in series. I realise that eventually we can't do the next one because, well, maybe we can. We'll find out. Okay, off it goes again. So it's only managed to do the first part of the video because it just can't, like I said, it's just too much. There's too much movement for it to figure out what isn't there. So it's a nice idea, but I think that when you start getting into like longer sequences, it gets a bit out of control because there's no automatic point to motion track. Where are we at? We're down to this point. So we've managed to get to the reverse 180 and it starts to, yeah, lose the plot a bit. Do you see that? Yeah. See, this is why the modern video models do such a great job, because they've solved for this. It makes you wonder if it's possible to use Hunyuan just to make one frame. But I don't think we've got the ability to do start and end like this. So it is interesting. I've got a feeling that when motion laws kick in, we could probably do stuff like that. But for now, it's sort of like, I haven't seen anybody doing it. So let's just kill that. So what I could do is I could use some math to drive the start and end frames, which could make it more automated. But I think we've established it doesn't actually work. Like, it seemed to work great when we first started out. This was like almost the same result. And when you swap it out, you can't even tell. So, what about, right. Because obviously you need to do it completely different way. This is far too like node intensive for just like a couple of frames, okay? But what happened if we were trying to do a smaller number of frames? So say we wanted to do like high frame rate footage. So we've got start frame, end frame. Let's say we do 4. start frame, end frame, and 4. But then we're going to do 2. No, because it's 4 frames already. So we want to do 4 frames in 4 frames. What happens if we do 4 frames in 2 frames? Okay. And then what I'll do is I'll have that go back in. So we're going to put 4 frames into the 2 frames. Alright. This might seem a little bit strange, but if I go then from 3 to 5, it'll do the same thing. 3 to 5. And then 6 to 8. So strange, the numbers. 6 to 8. And then 9 to 11. 9 to 11. 9, 11. Oof, that's barely moving. Oh, that one's not even moving. It's barely even moving. Do you know what? I should probably just skip ahead to the bit which is interesting. What is that, like 40 frames in? Let's do that. This is why it's not a bad idea to just use math to drive these. So then you don't have to keep going around like updating them by manual every time. 40, 42. And then 43, 45. 43, 45. Oh man, this is too much. I'm gonna have to just chop off the last one. 46, 48. It's too much messing around. 48. Okay. There's only 2 frames. Oh, I haven't done that yet. There we go. You can't tell that I'm doing it in the video. Yeah, you can't tell that I'm doing it, which is good. But again, it's almost like you need a loop to do, so instead of actually doing every single line in the sequence, you have a loop which can just iterate through the same top line. Because the idea here is that we're injecting 4 frames into where there were only 2 before. I mean, if I was to say up this to 8, it's going to be a lot more obvious what I'm doing. At the moment, it's just 2 frames. So we're literally like trying to make a bunch of tweens and then inject them, so you can see it's much smoother. You can see it just there. You can see, just if you look carefully, it's a smoother 180 now. It's kind of crazy, actually. It worked. So for smoothing animation out, this is actually really good. See, before you had 2 frames, now you have 8, and we've just injected them straight into the sequence. So this does work. It's just a little abstract in having to explain, like, because it's like doing interpolation on a specific pair of frames in the sequence. So like, let's go up to 14. And it should become even more obvious. I mean, in fact, if I go for 24, what it'll do is it'll make a slow motion sequence that will probably suck. But 14 frames should draw out the this one little bit. See, you can see that's like slow motion now. Oh, you kind of had it slow down, but not for long enough for you to notice. How are we doing on this side? Again, we're getting slow motion. Before it was just 2 frames. Yeah, look. Slow motion. It's very hard to spot it, but before it whipped round almost instantly. It kind of looked unnatural actually when it whipped around, because it was just teleporting from front to back with a little spin, really. We get another slow motion sequence. See, it seems to pause now. Actually looks way better. It actually looks way better. Huh. So what this has done is has given us a targetable, like, I want you to make new in-betweens exactly here. So there's the batch thief coming in again. Batch thief. Yeah, you can almost see it now because it's taking a full second to do that little twirl. I just want to make sure I'm actually 40 and 42, 40 and 42. It's not chopping it off, is it? I don't think it is. It's kind of hard to tell. It doesn't look like it stops for this animation though. Does it? Okay, let's try something here. No, because it's going to overwrite more frames and then it'll mess up. I get the feeling like it's not overwriting. I get the feeling like it's just inserting. And if it inserts, it might even just cut off. Because it definitely doesn't hold for a minute there. Sorry, a second. It doesn't hold for a second there at all. So it might be that I have to make a new batch range module which injects a number of frames to this, but it might be a higher count. Do you know what? Let's do it now. Let's do it live. It won't take a second. Okay, we'll pump Claude up. And let's see, I'm going to need to go to my node pack. And I'm going to say batch range swap. There it is. I'm going to say hello, Claudage. Hello, Mr. Balls. Hello. I want to create a new node called batch range insert.py. Yeah? It will be based upon my existing node batch range swap.py, which is attached. The main difference is that when the user defines the range for a sequence of frames to be inserted, to a target batch of images, if there are more frames, they will all get placed in the marked sequence order. Example: user defines start 10 and end 12, 2 frames. If the batch count is 10 frames, then all 10 frames should be inserted. Yes. Should be inserted where the original 2 frames were. Let's see if it can figure it out. Subset tweening, says Throttlemouth. Indeed. Indeed. We're going to need VS Code. And it's already sitting at the right... though no, it's not. It's not looking at the right project. Close that folder. And open recent. I'm going to want it to be machines 10 DJZ nodes. Yep, that's correct. I'm going to close that one. And I'm going to duplicate my init. Pardon me. And let's see. I'm going to need a folder. There's a folder. And I'm going to grab... no, we're not going to grab. We're going to download. Batch range insert. I'm going to chuck that in there. Rename it to batch range insert. Batch range insert. Okay. And if I take this... oi! Stop messing me about. There we go. Take that. Go back over here. What I want. Just copy these. That. There. Did I miss anything? We'll soon find out. Let's open him up. Okay, now let's see what he had to say. So I've now set it up for testing. So I've created batch range insert mode with the following changes. Changed class and variable names to reflect insert instead of swap. Modified core logic to handle insertion behavior. So it's funny, what we had before was we had the overwrite method from Premiere Pro. Now we have the insert method from Premiere Pro. Kind of. Updated it because I'm trying to preserve the sequence order so that if you do stuff like this, it doesn't give a little jerk. You know what I mean? It's all nice and seamless. Updated inserting logic to continue inserting frames beyond the specified range if there are more frames available. Adjusted warning messages to be more appropriate for insertion operations. Ooh, Betty. What the hell does that mean? The main functional difference is how it handles the case where there are more insert frames. Instead of being limited to the range size, yeah, I just noticed that my old node actually has a limitation, which is that if you have more frames and try to swap them, it only swaps the first 2 frames. It doesn't swap the rest. So I was sat there looking at it going, yeah, it looks like it's done it, and it had done it, but it had only done 2 frames, not 10 or 11 or however many. So what this should allow you to do is, using interpolation, make like super slow-mo sequences and stuff in the middle of a video wherever you want. So if this works, that's great. So if start 10 and end 12, you have 10 frames. Node will insert all 10 frames starting at 10, assuming there's enough space. Well, hang on a minute. What do you mean? Hang on. What do you mean if there is enough space? In the case where there is a 24 frame sequence of images and we picked 10, what's it, start equals 10 and end equals 12, inserting a 10 frame sequence to that range should result in a 32 frame total sequence batch length, question mark. And it'll go, no, I'm actually didn't do that. Here's the new code. I apologize. The node should expand the target sequence to accommodate all the inserted frames and not be limited by the original length. Let's modify the code to handle this correctly. Now, there is a consideration with this, because the thing about batch range swap is it preserves the natural order. And if you go adding 10 more frames in here, then this will actually just be this could be the interpolated frames, right? Because obviously if I add 10 frames to 40 to 42, then that means frames 40 through 50 are now actually the interpolation, and the whole range, the whole sequence ends at 52. So if it ended at 42 before, now we've just made it longer, which means that the batch thief on the next line, these are just interpolated frames now. These aren't actual video, so it's like you have to shunt everything ahead by +10. So there's some consideration in the design, right? Which is worth mentioning. If this works as I want it to, of course, because it's done a lot of work for me here, right? So we're going to copy that, we're going to open that up, we're going to paste it in, we're going to save it, and we're going to give it a restart. So let's just restart Comfy, and we should be able to get a test. We should be able to test this. And what I'll probably do, if this works, is actually I'll start using insert a lot more, because at the moment, whoop. Okay, let's set up a nice little easy demo, shall we? So let's just get rid of this for now. Load video. Load video upload. Okay, so we've got picture of woman. And if I want to now do search, I don't know why I want to do a search, but yeah, we want to do batch thief. Tiffy, there it is, and we'll steal, like, I don't know, this is probably 3 seconds long, maybe 4 seconds long, so if I go from 24 to 49, that's usually a good place. Do we not have any like cool Hunyuan footage? There we go. So then what I'll do is we'll do film. Oh, do I not have film? Do I not have interpolation nodes right now? Oh, son of a... Just my luck. Just my luck. I don't even have those. Alright. Looks like we won't do a simple test. We'll just do it in situ. It's all good. It'll take too long to go and get all that other stuff. Batch, range, swap. Got to refresh the page. Batch, range, insert. Okay, so let's just hop these up to there, and then put that down to there, and then put that to there, and then we can just mute that for a second. And what do we want it? 40 to 42? 40 to 42. Save a bit of time. Let's just mute all of these bad boys. Okay. Go. Let's see if it crashes. Still doing that. Definitely works for slow motion though. Probably shouldn't go 24 frames. Probably 8 was probably a good place to stop. Oh yeah, that works. Hell yeah! So you can just go in. You can just go into slow motion whenever you want. It's like, oh, I want to go into slow motion for just those 2 frames, and we'll go for 24 frames. That's actually a really useful trick. Holy shit. Okay, cool. So that was worth it. Delete all of them. That's all I really need to show off, isn't it? To be honest. You want to do slow motion? Use Framer for super slow-mo. And off we go. Okay, we don't need to see the preview of the 2 images, I don't think, so we can probably get that a bit smaller there. What else could we change? Technically, it's actually that, not that. It doesn't really make any difference. So we got the slow-mo, and then we got the patch. Aha, yeah. See, if you stuck around and you got, you know, let me do the work, you get to benefit because there's the results right there. See, it can get a little bit, you know, I've noticed that it's funny, yeah. I've been doing this for years, right? Like, as in streaming and whatnot, right? And one thing I've noticed is that when things get tough, a lot of people get bored, yeah? But then they miss out because, do you know what I mean? This will work with anything. It doesn't have to be, what's it called? It doesn't have to be this, you know what I mean? You know, it doesn't have to be Framer. This could be Rife, this could be any interpolation model, right? What we've essentially got is we've got the thief took 2 frames from inside this video, exactly where we asked for it, and then the insert, range insert tool allows you to like take those modified frames and put them back. So that essentially means any video can just go into slow motion at that point. So let's just pick a different Hunyuan. There's the other one, right? Go with this one. Now I think this is probably one of the better interpolation models. It does seem to be more temporally stable than Rife or Film. So I think if we don't take the piss and we don't try to do too much with it, like now I'm doing way too much. 24 frames of interpolation is like a lifetime. But let's take a look. Goes into slow-mo and off we go again. Yeah. I love it when we get the results that we're looking for. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this as Framer 1. Framer interpolation 1. So I'm going to need one of my things here. Copy that. It's not that one though. That one is a bit tougher, but again, you could pick the direction of the interpolation. You can't do that with Film or Rife, right? So let's just call this one Framer increased frame rate. Increased frame rate used batch thief and batch range insert. You can't do it without that, basically, because it would be like you'd have to do the whole clip. What this means is you don't have to like prepare images and dump them and grab this from here and that from there. I could use my load video and then I could use 2 of them and select the exact ones by, there are other ways. You don't have to use batch thief, right? But you'd just be using a different one. So if I said batch or load batch video frame, if I used this, right, and I used 2 of them, okay, loading the same video each time, I could have said 40 and 42. It's going to do the same thing, basically. But then you need another node for the actual sequence. So it's like, how many nodes do you want? And this is why I ended up making batch thief. It's a sequence crop, because it crops out what's before it and what's after it, and creates a new batch which is just those 2 by selecting by their number. Because the thing is, this is only using a start and end anyway, so it doesn't really, if I was to say 40 to 50, it's going to ignore the 10 frames in the middle anyway. Slow-mo, and off we go. I wonder how far the slow-mo can go. Should we try it out? Let's go with 48. I want 2 seconds of slow motion. I want to see how far I can push it. Really, I would think that you shouldn't push it that hard. It's probably just going to break. But certainly that does work. I mean, he's just driving in a straight line there, so it's kind of hard to tell what's going on. I wonder if I've got a different one. It's going a bit more round corners, a bit more. Ah, there we go. There's the classic. Right, we'll do that one next. Pirate GFX says tough plus results equals fun. So let's see it. Oh, I don't think that was 2 seconds. Oh wait, it's not updated. Here we go. 1, 2. Oh my god, what happened to the lights? It did crazy stuff. So I slowed it down and it made the lights in the background. But then again, look at what it's ended up making here. What the heck? It's ended up freezing the car and making everything else move. This is actually a cool effect too. I'd shove that through my data mosh nodes and you'd get such a cool effect out of it. Oh man, this is like actually huge. Hang on, I need to try it with the next video. There's way more. So this has actually got a lot more artistic value than just interpolating or even the data mosh stuff. Because now we can really start to control what's going on the screen without diminishing its quality. You see what I mean? And the quality is only going to get better, and these tools will remain the same. This is interesting. It's getting interesting again. That's such a crazy effect. It's like reality bending. See, I was saying this to someone the other day. All of these tools, these AI tools, they are seeking perfection. They're heading towards realism. But I can go outside with a camera and I can capture realism right now in 4K. It's not difficult. Whereas, whoa. Huh. That's actually not moving. So I think that, yeah, we've taken the piss really. With 24 was actually too much. I think what I might do is just go up to 44, so it's 4 frames rather than 2 frames, and we'll see what the difference is there. But like I was saying, the thing about AI models is they can actually do surreal and abstract, because the world is not surreal and abstract, okay? So that means that these tools, yeah, they're getting really good at doing realism, photorealism, all that kind of stuff, but what they're actually really good at is making stuff that never exists. Stuff that you can't go and get a camera and take a picture of outside. I like that little pause. Little bit of slow motion pause. See, if you were to target just the right frame, I wonder if I need a frame helper now, like some kind of node which you put a frame into and it allows you to just select. Well, I guess we already have it. I don't need to make a node for that, do I? So, like, we already have first frame and final frame, okay? Because obviously here we have a selection of 4 frames, right? That's what I've ended up doing, is taking 4 frames and then expanding them to 24 frames. So we're getting 20 extra frames interpolated between the two. So from here, there you go, right? So what I'm thinking is, because how do you know which frame to target? So if I was to go for a length, I think it is. No, select. If I say select images, okay. This is actually how I would do it. So you go into a preview node, and you would say it's at 40 right now. So what if I wanted to target a specific point? So let's say 30. And just to make this faster, I'm going to disable the whole workflow real quick. So what? Oh, whoops. You'll need that one live. So that gives me that image, okay? So if I was to like do, what about 24? Okay, what about 20? I'm trying to nail the bit where the corner of the car breaks. So 14, no, 10. Aha! Okay, so if I go from 10 to 14, that should catch the exact moment when the back end breaks and it goes into the slide, right? So I'm trying to have more control over when it animates, yeah? So if we go with this now, so what it should do is it should give me from forwards to sideways, roughly. And then it's going to interpolate those 4 frames into 24 frames, so get 20 more frames. So then something that took a fraction of a second now takes a full second. So it should be, instead of slow motion there, it should go slow motion at the beginning of the drift. I just want to see I can target a specific point in the animation. There we go. And then off it goes. Yeah, it worked. Yeah. Sick. And like I said, you combine that with the data moshing effects or other things that we can do, and I think that you can see how that turns into quite an interesting little tool. Alright. So anyway, like I was saying, increased, or maybe I should just say high frame rate section. This isn't part of PhotoPack, and this doesn't have any intermediate compares. There's no switch. Alright, so framer, high frame rate section. So this is like surgical precision, you know what I mean? You pick the exact frame, alright? And then you can batch use the first and the last frame. Now again, you didn't need the first and last, you didn't need the first and last frame section for this. Like I said, I like media mixer nodes, which is why I use them. But if you only have Video Helper Suite, I hope you can appreciate that if you were to do 0 and 4, yeah, it's going to be the same thing, right? It's going to be the same thing, yeah. So I'm not going to, rebuild it, because I like the frame, I like Media Mixer, I like Dr. Diffusion, so I'm going to leave that there. But the irony is that we could have used this as the start and hooked that into there, and we could have used this as the end and hooked that into there, because it's the same thing. It's the same thing. With the batch thief is taking from 10 to 14, so 10 becomes 0, 14 becomes 4. I hope you can see how that works. Okay. Right then, time to save it out and add it to the collection. Like I said, I enjoy making these workflows, and sometimes I like to just do it live. Even if we have to make a new custom node. Okay, so we're going to take that, and we're going to export it, and then for anybody who's interested, what we're going to do is we're going to upload the file. There. Take the frame rate, high frame rate section, and we're going to say, what's the name of it? I'll just say framer interpolation, because it is its own thing, like that. So we're going to want to put that in there, commit those changes. But the workflow's no good unless I update my nodes, because it's using a node which I just wrote. So we're going to have to update the nodes as well. And that would be right here. So we're going to take batch range insert and init, drag them in, commit the changes, and then just to make sure, because sometimes that'll mess everything up, I'm going to cut them out into my downloads, so I got a backup of what I just cut out. And I think there might be another file which I still have to, because I probably forgot to do this last time I made another node. So git pull. Yeah, I knew it. So what's the name? Video directory. Okay, I just want to make sure that I did upload load video directory. Yeah, I did. So it's already on there, so I've already done the update. I just didn't cut out the file last time I was working. So Christmas. So we'll paste that there, and that will unblock the git pull. Whoops. There. Done. Now we've got load video directory. That's one I made over Christmas, and then batch range insert, which is now done. So then we've got both of them. So one thing left to do, which is let everybody know that's not watching the stream. So DJZ nodes, update. What was it called? Batch insert. I can't even remember what it was called. Batch video insert, I'm pretty sure it was called. Batch range insert. See, I can't even remember what I just done 5 minutes ago. Batch range insert. Allows you to inject, what was it? Inject a range of frames that are longer than the stolen range. It's good enough. Also, DJZ workflows update. Framer interpolation. Improved over film. Start plus end frame. Example workflow for slow motion injection. Good enough. Good enough. And then I'll drop it in because early additions. I hope I can keep doing early editions in my inside line, but it might be that sometimes they end up going into these new channels, which I haven't even had a chance to organise. Say no, can't do it. Something went wrong. Okay. Alright. I guess I renamed it or something. Yeah. I put it in a folder. Frame interpolation. There we go. Alright. So let's have a look at the comments. BillyNom8, you don't have to disable all nodes to see the preview. Just right click that node and select render this node or something like that. Q selected output node, RG3. Interesting. I didn't even know about that myself. Let's take a look at it. Oh crap, this is the normal, this is the one that's empty. This one's also no good. That one, no. This one. Right, let's see it then. So if I change that to 9, and then I went right click, Q selected output node. Sweet! Thanks, Billy Nom. That was actually pretty cool. I'd never even noticed that myself. So there it is. Okay. And so there it is. It goes into slow-mo, and off it goes into the drift. That's actually better than... Like, if I wanted to do this in Premiere, it would have been a lot of... Well, it would have been easy, but I would have had to open Premiere, right? Now I can just do it in Comfy. Okay. The hardest part is finding out which frame it's on. I almost wish I had a visual track head like in Premiere so I could just scrub through and go, it's that one. And mate, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up with a custom node like that if I get lazy enough, okay? But for now, this is pretty good. Now, again, I do realise that all I'm doing is basically using this for interpolation, like I say. I'm not actually doing, how would you say? I'm trying to put this to use. You know, there's no example like this, right? So we've just thrown this together. What we'll probably do is come up with more fun ways to create things with Framer like this, and we'll add them to the workflow pack. That's the whole plan with those workflow packs, right? But for now, I think it being 7:30 already, now it's time to move on. So I want to move on to something that we started doing almost too long ago. Okay? So let's see if I've still got the folder open. I bet I do. Yep, there it is. So this is what we got stuck on before my Comfy went to shenanigans. Okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a new tab. I like that one. That one was useless, so we'll use the last tab. And let's start off with basic V10 and see what it looks like. So basic V10. Okay, alright. And let's get a picture of the main man, Titus. Here he is. And I'm going to now do... What's this? This is just image resize. Basic. So there's no upscaling model, right? There we go. It's bigger now. Do you see what we've done? We've just made image bigger. That's all. Okay? So I hope you can see that. That works, right? So let's look at basic 12. No. In here. Right, basic 12. Now where's the screenshot that I was just using? Probably that one. No. That one. No. Well. Okay, I'll just drag my main man back in there again. There he is. So this is going to 1920 by 1080 on fill crop. It already is. That should be what it already is, though. Hang on. Let me just check how big this is. It's 2560 by 1440. So actually, this image is so big, it's actually making it smaller, not bigger. So we're not just downscaling things right now. So let's just move on because, again, I think I made all of these as part of the tutorial that we did last time. So here we have now ultra sharp. And again, we're going to be we're just downscaling things today. but it's going to downscale it with 4x ultra sharp. I don't even know how that works, okay? I'm guessing we're going to upscale it and then downscale it, yeah? Now, can you tell it's been upscaled? Can you tell? Yeah, you can. You can tell. It's been upscaled, then downscaled. Okay. It's still big, though. I don't think it actually downscaled. I think it's telling me lies. It does. They do that. They do that, you know. So if I go to JUT 003... Oh, no, it is doing it. 1920 by 1088. So it took a 2K image. It upscaled it 4x, allegedly. No one really knows if it actually did that, though. And then we downscaled it to half the original size. So this is actually... I'm going to have to get some different... I'm going to have to get some different images here real quick. Oh! I know what I can do to make this interesting. So we'll do batch load. We'll do batch frame. Because remember, it only outputs one frame, right? So we can go like that. Yeah. And we're going to output frame. Let's say, that's the index for the folder that we want to look at. So give me a sec. I'm just going to load up a choice folder. We'll go My Tools, Shuffle Video Studio, Drifting Day. Like that. Get a primitive. You think, why am I doing video? Well, it might make sense. It might make sense eventually. So we'll put that there. Okay. And then the index is going to be 0 for now. So that'll be the first video in the folder. Should be simple. Let's do a show any so that we can get the file name, so we've got an idea of what we're working with. Yep, there we go. So we've loaded the folder of videos. And then which frame do we want? Let's say we want frame 24. There we go. Right, now, if I now save this image, I should get 1920 by 1088. So now this video has been upscaled. You can tell, because look, you know what I mean? But that's not bad. That's actually pretty good. And when it's running video, it's very difficult to tell. All right. Now, obviously, we could swap this. We could swap this out. Okay, and we could convert these into upscaling video, because you just got to do a sequence support. That's all you got to do. So usually what it is converting batch to input. I won't do it right now, actually. We'll get there. We'll get there. So what we're going to do then, like I say, we've got the upscaling set up for ultra sharp. So what would happen if we decided to do lollipop? All right. It's going to take 2 seconds. It's going to look like this. A little bit blurrier, if you ask me. But then you don't want it to be too sharp. Blurry is actually quite a good thing, especially with video. So you can tell that with the X4 Plus Anime 6B. If I remember right, I think this one is the anime video version. That's pretty sharp, actually. Maybe it's not that version. Maybe I don't have that one. I know there's one that was trained on video. It's very old now, though. I generally use Remicry. And look at that. Remicry actually came out a little bit blurrier. And I always remember that Ultra Sharp was the fastest one back in the day. But, sorry, not the fastest one. The sharpest one. But it was slow. As you can see with the times here, it's not necessarily the slowest. It looks like the last one was actually the slowest, which is funny. Okay. So we're not doing that right now. Now, obviously, I want to do a separate stream where we cover doing this with video. But what I'm trying to point out is that it didn't really make any difference whether we were loading an image from a frame or if we're loading video. I mean, sorry, an image on its own, right? So we can just grab a single frame. This is how I did my video captioning workflow. I wrote this, which is basically a way to iterate through. So obviously if I want to go to the next video, I just do one, and then it will give us whatever the next video is in the folder. Okay. All right. So with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that, and hopefully it doesn't get wiped out when I change the workflow. But I'm going to go on to the next, because we're going up. So now we get to, let's see, we're using Flux Schnell FP8, and we're going to be doing Ultimate SD Upscale with any luck, and we're going to be using Lollipop. I mean, I'm going to change that over to Foolhardy. Okay, so that's giving us that, and that. So let's see, can we chuck that in? Yeah, we can. So frame is going to go here, it's going to go here, and here, and also here. And then we don't need this anymore. Okay. Let's move that out there. Again, we've got our path, our actual video loader, the file name, and then the get image size with the height, sorry, the width and the height. Alright, that's all that is there. It's just so that we can visually see what the hell's going on, right? So let's go to video 2. We're going to be doing frame 24. And there's a cool Nissan. And now it's going to be loading Flux, because we haven't loaded Flux yet today. Should we get the timer out? I know it's already been going for a few seconds, but sometimes it helps. Alright, so at this point what I'm going to do is I'm going to minimize that guy. Maybe bring that over a little bit more. Just jiggery-pokery the things around a little bit. Okay, so now we finally get to do the just upscaling things pack, which is nice. And we'll slowly work our way through this. Look at all these dirty tabs everywhere. No. Oh, it's already loaded. Can only be a good thing. See, in a minute we're going to be looking at iterative upscale next. And then finally my flux tiled upscaler, and then we can compare the outputs for all of them and see which one is the best. Okay. Bit of a chilled stream tonight. Start the year as we mean to go on. Slightly less caffeinated than usual today, which can only be a good thing. So this is going to upscale by 2. Using Foolhardy. So if we take a look at this one, this is just upscaling with the Foolhardy straight. And then this one is using the Ultimate SD Upscaler. Now if you ask me, this has introduced a whole bunch of horrible artifacts everywhere. But I'm not here to be critical of Ultimate SD Upscaler. That's not the goal here. The goal is just to look at the results. There's all sorts of things that could be affecting it. For example, the tile size might not be the best. Usually it's a case of changing the settings. You know what I mean? Before you start insulting the tools, maybe it's how you're holding the grip. You know what I mean? How you're gripping the screwdriver. So, but these are the default settings, okay? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to move on. to the next one, because like I said, I'm sort of going along a path here. So now we have added in the Impact Packs Iterative Upscaler, which essentially uses Flux to upscale 3 steps to 2. Alright? Which is basically the same thing, but different. Let's get rid of that. Put that one there. And then it's going to be you into there, you into there, and him into here. But it's the same workflow as before. So the top workflow, obviously, is going to use Lollipop to upscale and then do image resize to 1920 by 1080 on Lanczos with fill crop. And then this one is going to be, do you know what? This is stupid. Hang on, I just need to fix something. So basically, this one should say model, and this one should say ultimate, and then this one should say iterative. Otherwise, how the hell do we know which one is which, right? In fact, even better actually, even better, how about I change it back to image so they're all in the same folder, but I used a prefix. Yeah, that's going to be actually even better. So let me just swap this one around as well. Images. Do I say image or images? I said images. Image. Okay. And then for this one, we're going to do model. So this one is image. And then we'll go like, wait a minute. Yep, there we go, model. There we go. Okay, cool. Should probably save this. I'll say 21. Probably already got one. This is probably where we'd start off. Although I appreciate this is a video. So I might even say video compare. No, not the whole thing, you silly sausage. There, that's better. That's better. Okay, how we doing? Random vids I made. Welcome to the stream. Yo guys, how do I do checkpoint training using Google Colab? If that's not possible these days, no worries. I can try doing things locally on my laptop. To do checkpoint training, generally speaking, everyone is doing LoRa training now. But you can definitely do checkpoint training using Google Colab trainers. I would probably start off with Dream Booth, and I would probably use The Last Ben. So let's just look him up. The Last Ben, Dream Booth, Colab. Here we go. That looks like the right one. The Fast Dream Booth. Or maybe it's that one. Let's go with the one with the GitHub. We don't like going straight there. Even though it is The Last Ben, who knows when this was put together, right? So I'd go here, The Last Ben, Fast Stable Diffusion, right? Paperspace. Interesting. So did he, like, stop supporting Colab? It might be that you're not actually allowed to do that anymore. I mean, that was going back a few years, but the point is that the Dream Booth is right here. Fast Dream Booth IPYNB. So let's just go and check it out, because has he actually updated this? Yeah, 2 months ago. It was updated 2 months ago. But I was using it 3 years ago. It's a very popular one, this one. But this is what I used when I was doing all of my 2.1 trains in early 2023. So what I think is probably just check his main and see if he's got any others. So he's got fast stable diffusion. That's the only one, I think. So it's fast stable diffusion plus Dream Booth, which is what we were looking at. Yeah. So you can obviously run this locally, by the way. You can use Jupiter local, right? So if I go into my E drive and I go down to core, it's been a while since I've been in here. Let's see, it's in here somewhere. DJ Gits, probably. And then AI Gen. And then... Nah, this is all ancient stuff from 2022. Hang on. I'm just trying to remember. Where did I put the Jupiter stuff? Basically, you download this... You download Jupiter, you run Jupiter, and then when you try to run the collab, you actually put in your local key, which you get from the command line because you just ran it. I was hoping to be able to show it to you quickly, but I'm in the middle of a big data reorganization, so everything is hard for me to find right now. I'm trying to... It's all a bit of a mess. Have I got a D? Ah, here we go. D drive. AI imagery. Oh, that's gone. Machines. Aha, Jupiter. Right. So you would have Jupiter. You would go start local. And has it even started? No, that can close. Did you start or what? What? Uh-oh. I get the feeling that I need to update mine. Normally, when you start this, it will open a terminal, and then you can get the API, and you can throw that in there, and then it will work. If you wanted to do it locally on your laptop, that's what you would do. You'd run Jupiter, and then you'd run this. Because what you can do is you can go to Colab here. Do you know what? I'm going to show you this real quick, because why not? Alright. So we download this, and we go to Colab. Google Colab. Open Colab. And then I do an upload, browse. I pick the fast Dream Booth. Like that. And then we're in. So now we've got it, it's ready to run. And you can have your data set mounted in Google Drive, right? So your data set you want to train on is in Google Drive. But you could obviously do it locally. You can have it local on your machine as well. I'm just, things. Because, again, it might be that you're running it in the cloud with a big GPU. I don't know. But what you do is you say collect to a local runtime, and then it's going to ask you for the token. And this token is given to you when you run Jupiter locally. Okay? So that's how you can effectively get anything on Colab running on your computer, and just do it on your machine, right? You can do it all locally. Okay? So that's how you do that. And obviously you run down all these things. Obviously you'd need to know what you were doing, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, this will allow you to do checkpoint training, okay? Rather than not LoRa training, right? It's basically the exact same process, just there are a few small nuances which are different, but essentially this is actually training the unit and the text encoder, okay? It's a little bit different than training LoRa's, because you actually are training new images, whereas a LoRa is just a patch on the weights, which is, like I said, But yeah, that's what I would do. I appreciate this is probably old now. There may be other ways of doing checkpoint training. For example, there's always one trainer, which is very good. Okay. Oh no! Hang on. There we go. There's no way they're gone. So this would be one trainer. This gives you a bit more of a GUI and breaks you free of the being tied to collab. So there it is. You know, I'd recommend this as well. It does LoRa training and checkpoint training as far as I'm aware. Okay. All right. Hopefully that's some options for you. Random vids I made. Yeah, all the guides are about 1 year to 8 months old. No worries. Yeah, I definitely prefer using Google Drive. And okay, so I just upload the Python files to a Colab notebook and run it there with Google Drive mounting. Essentially, yes, it'll use your local GPU to do all the acceleration, and then that way you don't actually need to have you know, like a pro tier subscription. Obviously, if you have the pro tier subscription, you can just use their big GPU, but you did ask about local, you know, running it on your laptop. Certainly it'll be a lot faster if you use a Colab Pro tier, like an H100 or something, or an A100 even. I don't know what they have because I haven't been subscribed for over a year now. But just in case you were wondering about that local solution, you can go to jupyter.org and you can install Jupyter Lab, which is that's what I was looking at there. So sorry, Jupyter Notebook. That's what I'm looking at here. Install Notebook. And then when you run it on your PC, it gives you a code which you then put into Colab. Okay, all right. I hope that explains it. I probably did a tutorial on this, you know. Let me just double check and see. If I go to videos and I say Jupyter, nothing. Colab, local Colab. This fork is pre-configured for training LoRa on Colab free tier using a V100. Looks like the last time I looked at Colab LoRa training was a long time ago. How long? How long has it been? 8 months. Hey, do you know that's funny? You can't find a single guide about it since I stopped covering it. That's kind of funny. Oh well. It is what it is, man. Although I highly recommend one trainer. So you got lots of options. By all means, there's a link in the description for joining our Discord. If you run into trouble, feel free to ping me in there and I'll see what else I can do to help you out, because that is literally what I do. Helping people to get started with training is like my favorite thing. And we probably don't need this timer anymore either. Let's just kill that. He has Pro. If you have Pro Plus, use those credits up, man. Use those credits up. I used to train LoRa's in 30 seconds or less. I think it was even, I got it down to 2 seconds to train a 30 image LoRa. And I used to play a game where I'd see how many LoRa's I could train in a day, because like I'd have to click faster than it was training to set up the next one. And then I'd just like I'd juggle LoRa trainings and see how many I could get done in a day. I think one day I did 80 in a single day. So yeah, people get like carried away with trying to do everything local. I've got a good machine, but I don't want my machine locked up for 24 hours doing something when I could do other things with it. In a way, it costs me more in a lack of productivity when I set my big machine to do a task like that. So it actually ends up cheaper being hiring out a cloud GPU for the day, because often you spend like $10. Probably $10. That's the price of 2 coffees these days. Embarrassing, but yeah, that's the way the world is, you know what I mean? And like I said, if it's earning you money, there is a sort of element of, well, you got to invest you got to invest in your skill sets. So, but yeah, feel free to hit me up on the Discord. The link's in the description of this stream and on all the videos I put out. So just hit me in there. Say, hey, I'm the guy that was trying to. You probably be one of many guys like in your, I'm trying to train XYZ. But yeah, I'll be glad to help you out. So, all right. Now then, if I remember right, we were looking at just upscaling things. Oh my goodness. Something tells me I had the denoise too high. What do you guys think? Yeah, the denoise is very high. That is a very high denoise. So what I think we need to do, in fact, denoise 0.2 here. And that one doesn't have one. So what I reckon is we'll put this to denoise 0.2 first, which is still quite high actually for flux. And we'll try it again. That was funny. That's actually a really good image though. I love this image. Don't you find it funny, the happy accidents you get from AI? Just save that. So it should have been Nissan sports car drifting, but actually it was whatever that is. What's the name? What's the prompt? The prompt is very detailed masterpiece, intricate details, UHD 8K. So that's going to take a while to chunk along, so we'll give that some time there. You can always grab me on the X as well. I'm on there too. See my Happy New Year's GTA Physics birthday card for the year. These were some of the rejections from the recent drift video. That was good times. Oh. Okay. Maybe we'll have another idea for another custom node as well. We'll see. What are we doing? Final step, it says. Oh. Prompt interrupted. Oh no, you know what happened? I closed the tab, didn't I? Nuts. Let's try it again. There we go, just skip to the end. Yeah, what happens is sometimes if you close a comfy tab, it'll kill the current job. Oof, that doesn't look good. Oof. I mean, I like it because it looks like pixel art now. It looks somehow we've ended up making it into a video game. It's actually sick pixel art though. Huh. See, I almost want to save this profile now because it did such a great job of making pixel art. Look at that. But that's a glitch. That's a mistake. So what did we do wrong? What did we do wrong? We got 8 steps. CFG1, denoise 0.2, tiled VAE enabled. Tile size 768. Maybe the tile size is too big. Yeah, it's probably too big. Let's try 512 because I know it's smaller than 1000. So we could try that, and then also I put it to 4 steps because that's going to be it's going to be less. So if anything, it'll make it worse, and then I know to go the other way. As for the denoise, I'm going to leave that for now, but I feel like it should be less actually. We'll see. We will see. Oh, I forgot to disable these. Nuts. Never mind. Never mind. Right. So we took a look at Framer earlier and we ended up making a super slow-mo. But there's all sorts of other things that we could use it for, like here we've got image morphing. This is a really interesting implementation. And then that's comparisons. See, there's a couple of things. What's this? Time-lapsing video generation. I feel like it was trying to do that when we did super slow. Till Bill, welcome. He says, hey guys, Billy Nom 8. Is the pixel the tiles? It could be. It could be. Let's go back and have another look-see, shall we? Oh, look. It's gone now. Look at that. So, what I did was, I changed the tile size to be smaller. Because I think the tile sizes were too big. And then I also changed it from 8 steps to 4. And now it looks fine. There's no pixelation whatsoever. Okay, and that's actually pretty solid. There's a little bit of weirdness going on at the back here. See, that used to be smoke. This still looks bad. In fact, it's even tried to make a reflection, which I didn't ask for. And then this is the main model here. So it makes you think, though, what are the tile size? Yeah, tile size 512, steps 20. We're actually using flux, so that's wrong. That is wrong. Let's do it one more time. I want to get a good comparison of the super ultimate upscale and the K-sampler upscaler iterative. Yeah, that looks much more consistent with what we've got in the other picture now. That is still got some squares and stuff though. Look, see the squares? So you can see the tiling, or the effect of the tiling anyway. You look at this one. Look, it looks like an explosion of snow is coming out the back of the car. And we've got some tiles. Look, we've got some weird tiles. So even though this does a much better job, it's still not perfect, yeah? Let's just update this one. Video compare, let's call it 30, because I know that the rest of them have much higher values. And probably what's going to happen is a lot of these are going to get dumped. They're not going to go into the final pack. So I'll just copy this, the main section here, and we'll move on to the next one. So the next one is, and I can't believe I've had to wait so long to get this finished. So triple, we're going to go for V30. So we finally caught up with where we were. And I believe I'm going to put that there like that. And then what I'll do is I'll probably have both. And I'll just say group. I'll say load frame from video, which is what this top section is. And then another group will say load image. Both valid ways to do it. Like that. There we go. And then I can just, I'm not going to put an image switch in, I'm just going to disable one of them and hook up the other, you know? So frame goes into image, 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 color match, and off we go. And image and image. I believe image is going to go here. I'm going to need 2 of them. Like that. There we go. We're going to move on to another video. Okay, and then I want to unblock these. And then what's this? I don't think that exists. But what I do want to do is use shuttle aesthetic. Okay. Let's just mute that one. And I'm going to get rid of these for now because I got a funny feeling that they're not working correctly at the moment. Unmute that. Okay, so let's just double check these. So this should actually be a 1 and an 8 because it's actually using, you know, the same setup. And then this one should be a 5, 12, and it should be, yeah, an 8. That's already been solved. Okay, yeah, we've done all the same stuff here. And now this one down the bottom, this is my boosted upscaler. So this is 100% flux and doesn't use the model. All right, it doesn't use the model. Where's the model? There it is. It doesn't use the model, which is currently set to lollipop. We might try a different upscaling model as well. So I'm just going to say basic project 2. And then I'm going to make this one 35 because it has a video input now added in. Save that there. Export that there. Right, so now we've got 4 upscaling. Look at all these tabs. What is going on? Right, we just need to get rid of some of these tabs because they're just taking up all the screen space right now. Get rid of them. No, 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 no. No. Right. Still taking up far too much space. I don't even know. Can I like... There we go. That's better. Right. Bit of zoom on the browser. That's my fault. Go like that there. Go like that there. Now we've got them both. Okay. Let's go. Ah. I forgot to change the reference. Okay, so let's do a reroute. Reference. I forgot about the color match stuff. There. What the heck's going on here? Uh-oh. Oh, I already had it hooked up at this end. I didn't need to do that. That's fine. Right, so then we can close that, stop it and start it again, and then eventually it'll catch up. I feel like this is where we need the stopwatch again. Got prompt, it's loading basically, guys. I think it's already done. Yeah, it's done. Right, cool. So that would be the first image. And as you can see, 2304 by 1920 is what we're aiming for now, which I think is a pretty good size. Why aren't I doing it on this one? It feels like we're not. What are we doing here? Upscale by 2x. Upscale by 2x. And then this one is upscale to exactly that. There must be a reason why I've done that. But like I said, we've caught up with where we were half finished. See, what was happening was it was taking like half an hour to load the model. Save the image and then take a look at boosted. So what do we got? We got 1408 by 768. So that's only gone up by 2x. Interesting. I reckon it might actually if I try to do 4x. And it's on bicubic. For some reason I need to check out Lanxos. See, this is not bad. What are we on? 0.1. 0.1 with 1. Well, we might do 1.5. 1.5 with 0.5. And would I go to 12 steps on this? I might, but I'll leave it at 8 for now. And then the other thing is, let's try 4x. This might blow it up. It might blow it up. Another thing is, should probably go down to 512 because it's such a small image. Like, it's only 704. Like, the image is 704, okay? So, like, if it was 768 tile size, that means that the original image is smaller than the tiles, which doesn't make any sense. So we've got to go smaller for the tile size. I am a little bit concerned about this as well. Let's go 4x here too, because we want to try and get them all to hit the same size, which is 2304. So let's just go calculator real quick. So 2304 divided by 4 is 576. Now, the videos that we're currently loading are... Big pause, drum roll. The videos that we're currently loading are 704 by 384. So if I did 384 times 4, 1536. If I do 704 times 4, 2816. It's close. It's in the ballpark of where I'm aiming. It's 2816 by 1536. So 2816 by 1536. Let's do that. 2816 by 1536. And then they should all be set to the same target resolution. Now, they might because I might be pushing it too hard now. But let's see how we do. It can only explode, right? So what's it doing first? It's doing this one first for some reason. Till Bill says, music is always dope, bro. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I'm actually thinking about doing like what's it called? A lo-fi chill out album or albums next. We'll see. We'll see. I got to get my trance album finished and add that to the radio station and get that up on Spotify, and then because I like to mess around with new genres that I've never messed with. Let's have a look at this. See that tile there? That's a bad tile. Bad tile. See that? Straight line down there. Not good. Other than that, it's not too bad. It's a bit like low rent, but again, look at this tile seam, man. That's not a cool tile seam. I need to check the original image now to know that, you know what I mean? I need to know. Right, we're just gonna... What? Oh, crumbs. There. Right. And then put it all back. There we go. I just wanted to get that one quick so I can actually compare, because right now I don't really know if what I mean, it might be that this tile thing is actually from Hunyuan, in which case it's a bit harsh to sort of penalize all of these upscaling methods for that. So we'll find that out. Because it's, you know what I mean, if you see it in every image, it might not be the method, it might be a source infection, I guess you could say. Control minus, says Throttle Mouth. Yes, for the zoom controls. Good man. I don't know why I never used that keyboard shortcut. I use loads of keyboard shortcuts, but I'll be honest, I've never used that one. I don't know why. I'm sure there's a reason. Okay. Oh, Ultimate fixed that tile seam. But also it gave us the most pixelated smoke ever. Look at this tiled smoke. I actually think that would look really cool in video though. Imagine you had the video playing. Oof, what's this up here? Oof. somebody got some fungus on the camera lens. But yeah, basically, this is actually pretty cool. I like that. And again, look at the road. You can see pixelation in the road, which isn't there in this version. Let me just check a few things here. So we've got Lanxos there, and there's no linear, I guess. Linear or chess. I could put it on chess mode. That can sometimes help. Wait, have we already done? I love it. It's so good. Like the lines on the tarmac is okay, but look what it's done to the to the smoke. It's totally cooked. Oh, is it finished? Okay, and so then we can look at my version. Yeah, you see what I mean? This is why I stopped using... Everyone was saying to me, why don't you use upscale models? Because none of my workflows contain upscaler models. Yeah, you know, like, what's it called? Lollipop, right? And this is the reason, because Flux is better. So let's have a look. And yes, that tiling line is actually from the Hunyuan video. So what we could do is we could go to frame 25 and see, do we still have the line? Nope, line's gone. Yeah, line's gone, but we've got a new line. I'm just kind of like exploring, because it's like there are so many different ways to upscale video. Okay, why is it loading the checkpoint again? I didn't unload the checkpoint. Have I missed something here? No, I don't think so. Clip model load device CUDA 0, offload device CPU current CUDA loading Flux, and it loads. Okay, well, and it doesn't take 20 minutes anymore, so I'm happy. My God, man, that was like the torture. I felt like I was cursed. For the whole of early December, you can look back in the previous live streams, it was absolutely maddening. I was sat there with the stopwatch running, and one time it got as high as an hour. That was the last straw. I was like, it does not take an hour to load Flux. And thanks to the encouragement from the people in the chat, I ripped out one of my hard drives, swapped a few things around, and started from scratch, and it was the best decision I ever made. Okay. So it hasn't even done that one. For some reason, the ordering has changed. MZ, thank you very much, and good to see you, and Happy New Year to you too. MZ said, Happy New Year's, brother. So here we are with our funky Nissans. You can see the smoke is a lot more natural looking with my normal, that's my boosted Flux upscaler. This wasn't so great. I think this has still got to be redone. So what I've done is I've gone on to a different image in the sequence, because it naturally had a cutoff on the bumper in that specific frame, and that was carrying over into all of the upscale methods. So now what we're doing is we're going through each method again. You can see, look at that, that's gone. Is it actually still doing this one though? Yeah, it is. We're nearly there. So, in case you're late, so far today we've already covered Framer, which is a new interpolation model with motion controls. Can be used for a whole bunch of different things. And I put together a workflow which is up on my DJZ workflows pack under Framer interpolation, and it's good for slow motion, but it's actually got a whole load of different uses. We were using it to rotate Space Marines 45 degrees early on. It has intelligent tracking, so it can automatically mark and figure out where you want to interpolate from one thing to the other. You can obviously decide, I want to draw this hand up, this hand sideways, and it'll figure that out. So there's a whole bunch of stuff this thing can actually do. You can obviously, this is the best example here, because he's decided how he wants that top layer to move. Yeah? With the little trail. Okay. This one makes it a bit easier. Little dot on the nose. Makes the dog go up to the second. So it goes from, this is the first image you put in. This is the end, start and end. And then you can give it a trajectory to guide the interpolation. Okay? So this is very cool. It's another one of Kijai's, I wouldn't say secret wrappers, but it's just that, you know, I didn't hear anybody talking about Framer. I heard no one talk about Framer, and I think maybe it's because it's based on image to vid XT 1.1 SVD. Yeah, a lot of people don't even talk about this anymore because it's quite old, and I think that all the buzz is on Hunyuan, and so that's probably why. Do you know what I mean? That's probably why nobody really, because look, it's got 68 stars. Okay, I'm not being funny. That's still a lot of stars. And shit, I should add 69 stars now. But my point is that when you look at Kijai's projects, this one isn't really, you know, like nobody's really paying attention to it. It's all about Hunyuan, and to a certain extent it was about Cog Video X. And I kind of just didn't even cover Cog Video because, and the hype's died down now, you can see, mostly because his computer's dead. I didn't realise this, but Kijai's computer's dead. Poor guy. He's got to figure out how to rebuild his computer. But anyway, the point being is that's why there haven't been any commits for a while, right? But MM Audio is a popular one that everyone's been going crazy for. I think Framer would have had a bit more up if he had more updates, because obviously he hasn't, like I said, he hasn't been around to do any updates. But look, 69 stars is nothing when you consider that he got 1400 on Hunyuan, and that one came out, I think, around the same time. It might be a bit older, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's about a week older. Official FP8 weights were released. They do not support FP8 fast mode or LoRa's. Now, I think I might have to sort of have a little bit of a struggle session with Hunyuan wrapper rather than the native, because last time I didn't want to destroy the flow of the show. We were doing like a end of year extravaganza in my head, so I didn't want to derail the momentum. Right. Oh, it did the same thing again, look. Oh, and we've got this. What's this? Some weird texturing issues. That's not too bad. This actually doesn't look too bad, but look, we've got a full square here. That's not good. So, Ultimate SD Upscaler, obviously we've gone for ×4, which is pretty big. So let's see how mine got on. Oh, we do have a little bit of a square there. The smoke looks good. There's no cooked. See, this actually looks great. Like, this mottling pattern was present in the original video. You see? So if anything, it's trying to preserve information which it thinks might be important. So let's do a different video. So what we're doing, for everybody that's late to the stream, or if you just recently joined, we're pulling just a single frame from a Hunyuan video, and then we're running it through various upscaling methods, and we're going to determine what the best upscaling method is before we start thinking about video upscaling. See, one of the reasons I wanted to do the Just Upscaling Things pack was because I wanted to give you guys a workflow where you can quickly compare all the different major upscaling methods. Obviously, making your own tiled Flux Upscaler is pretty straightforward. So I've given mine, which I released about, it must be like 5-6 months ago now. When Flux came out, I built this, and it hasn't really been beaten since. And it's like, yeah, you can run upscaling models, but upscaling models have their own problems. So if I ran, I'll tell you what we haven't done though. We don't have Supia. We don't have Supia on here. And I think Supia must be run on SDXL. But in a way, that's actually kind of interesting. So let me just see if I can't just grab that, because I don't have that, and that should be in here. Because I do want to get all the major upscaling methods. And I appreciate there are other upscaling methods, right? So I don't want to, you know, like underscore or... No, sorry, I don't want to devalue methods which I'm not showing off here. That's not my point. I'm just trying to give a wide scope of what the different options are for upscaling. Where did I put the Supia? I would imagine it would be in Trio. Trio V7. There's no Supia in here. Supia upscaling. Yeah, that's probably a good place to start, right? And then Hyper Supia. That's the best one. I remember that. And it was COS Trio. So I was almost right. It was COS. COS Trio, image to image, CNET Supia. COS Trio, Supia, Hyper 8-step. 5 months, 5 months. Right, well, we'll just go in here and see what we got. Basic Hyper Supia, Trio Hyper Supia, COS Trio Hyper Supia. So, isn't that basically the same workflow? Let me just download the both of them and find out. I forget, it's been 6 months, you know? Yeah, just in case you were wondering and you missed out because you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, please like the stream. We don't exist if you don't like the stream. Just want to remind you guys of that one. So right here, what we have is a video of car doing drift-do. And what we're going to do is we're going to say we targeted frame 9 as the point where the car broke and went sideways, okay? So then what I did was I used my batch thief at frames 10 through 14 to steal the 4-image sequence, which I then used Dr. Diffusion's first and final frame selector, which we have a preview here and a preview here, so you can see the car goes from slightly forwards to slightly sideways. And then we're going to use Framer Sift to do a bunch of automatic motion tracking vector stuff. So it's going to identify common points in the image, all right, and then determine how far things are going to move. It makes the whole interpolation process much more accurate, okay, and it's automatic as well, which is nice. And then we go to the sampler, and what I did was I said I want 24 frames from the interpolation. Okay, so what we're doing is we're stealing 4 frames where the back end starts to slide out, and then we're interpolating that for 24 frames, okay, which gives us this, yeah, so it goes into slow motion for the slide. And then I use my new frame, which I wrote on live stream tonight, which was batch range insert, and what that does is you use the same value as the thief, 10 to 14, but the difference is if there are 100 frames to insert, it will push the whole sequence on. So we are putting as many frames as we like into 10 to 14. So that means that if you've just done mad interpolation, it will smoothly interpolate and then continue. And so obviously that means you don't have to cut the video up, You don't have to go into other programs and take some images out. You don't have to figure out where the frame is. You can just go, I want to put that bit in slow motion, and then we can do that with Framer. So that was the first thing that we've done with Framer. And I put the workflow up into the Framer interpolation if you want to play around with it. It does require some DJZ nodes because obviously the frame thief and the insert, the batch insert stuff, that's all DJZ nodes, but you can get them in the Comfy Manager. Okay. So we were looking for a tab. Ha 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 ha, the ultimate glitch Driftu. What's this? Flux animation upscaler. Well, that is what I want to come back to in a minute. I've already made it, see? But I want to check out Hypersupia first, because this is my flux upscaler, but switched up to work with animation. So yeah, here's one. This is the basic stuff. There's only 3 glitches here. So yeah, let's use this tab. Whoa, 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 whoa. Right, so if I put this one in, it looks like this. And then if I put this one in, it looks like that. Wait, that's the same one, isn't it? It's the same workflow. It's the same workflow. Okay, cool. So let's just get rid of... Mate, so many tabs. Tabs in tabs. There's tabs in tabs in tabs. Brother, I am dead. Too many tabs. Alright, so what's it want? It wants a LoRa stack. How does it not have Crunchyroll? I mean, I get it might not have Supia, right? I get that, but no Crunchyroll? What's going on? Yeah, try update. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's never a good sign. Oh no, it already had all of them. Maybe I just need to refresh the tab. But it didn't have Comfy Supia. Okay, let's just restart it. Yeah, because I swear I've used that recently, actually. But this stuff down here, I realise that might not work. See, I'll be copying this section here out. I don't really need all of this business. But I will be using Cosreal Jugs, which is my custom SDXL merge. So how are we looking? Are we all green? We're all green. Okay, cool. We're going to be using Cosreal Jugs, which is cosigned SDXL, which had true black. What prompt are we using? Neo Future style. Is there a LoRa loaded right now? I don't see a LoRa. Where's the stack at? Here's the stack. So what have we got here? Not the True World. Wow, the original Not the True World. I hope I have that LoRa. I got a funny feeling I don't have that LoRa. Oof. Yeah, I'm missing that LoRa. Yeah, it doesn't know what the heck that is. It doesn't know what that is either. Well, that's okay. I actually don't want to load that. I actually don't want to load that. But this one, I definitely do need. Okay, we're going to have to do some file stuff. Okay. So let's just widen that out. That's Machines 8. Where's Machines 8? Do I not have Machines 8 anymore? Okay. We'll find it. Machines 8. I doubt this one will have it either, saying that. Yeah, it's not there. So that means different hard drive. Comfy, and it will be in Machine 6. See, this is one of the things I've got to clean up. I've got a new NAS, but I haven't finished reorganizing everything yet. Soon, I will know exactly where everything is, and there'll only be one comfy on this bloody machine. Okay. At the moment, there are 6. So I'm like, which one is it? Where's thing? Okay, so, aha! Hyper SDXL 8-step. That's what I'm looking for. Right, screw the rest of it because it takes too long. Bubbly-doobly-doo. Come in here. Back to there. Back to there. Where's models? Laura's. Put Laura there. There we go. I'm going to put this one to none because that's just a detailer, passive detailer. Although I was actually loading the prompt. I'm just looking at this real quick. It looks like a drop-in module. So if I put that there, put that there, put the prompt there, like that. And then what's it complaining about the image for? See, this is the image that's going to be upscaled, so it does function like a module. I don't really need any of the rest of them. Image comparer. We can get rid of the... well, actually, that's not such a bad thing. Just bring it down here and make it... well, I guess I'm going to lose the group anyway, aren't I? So I don't need the rest of the workflow, I think. Ah, I see. I do need it just for that, because it does actually go into this Laura apply for the 8-step. Because a lot of people said, why don't you do Laura when you do upscale? And I'm like, because it doesn't do anything. Why are there 2 different things here? I've got 2 super samplers. One on 8, one on 60. Ah, yeah, that's for people that don't use 8-step. But we all use 8-step. We're cool. We're cool people. So where's my upscaler? There it is. So then we're going to have to... oh no! I have to refresh the page first. There we go. Now we get the whole thing. Except... I don't know why it did that. Okay. And we'll grab that. Put that there. See, people say as well, how the hell did you do that? Trackball mouse, my guys. Trackball mouse. They are stupidly accurate. Okay. Okay. So you can pick out a pixel. Alright. Let's just put that under the actual Laura stack so it's like in a place that makes sense. So the difference here is that this is going to use SDXL, but it's actually... so let me just explain what Real Jugs is, because I always just like jokingly blaze past that. So, okay, so we're not using COS because it doesn't explain. It says, do you game with a trackball? Yes, and my sniper record is unparalleled. The hard scoping with the trackball is actually insane. Just want to highly recommend that. Like, actually, I'm not going to say this right. Even if I'm playing a game with a gamepad, I switch over to the trackball mouse when I'm aiming to snipe and stuff. Because you just have no movement. It just pixel locked. You've got a dead eye. It's brilliant. But you get used to it. Also, you can quickly switch up the... see this? That's what it's like at 1, and then there's my normal. So you got like a DPI switch on it as well. Yeah. He says, so Mr. Super Fake Name is saying, do you game with the trackball? That's why I just answered all that. And he says, damn son, it's been a long time since I've run into one of you. Yeah, yeah, it's true. We're all like Counter-Strike source veterans that don't even play Counter-Strike anymore. Do you know what? It's funny. I got a buddy who got back into playing Counter-Strike, and he was like pro, basically. And he's still got it. He was showing me some kills the other day. I was around his house over New Year's. I was like, what the hell? He just took out the whole team. He was like, yeah, man. I was like, what the hell did you just do? He even missed his first shots and then just took out the whole team. I was like, that's quite funny. He's rusty. But anyway, enough of that. So yeah, COS real jugs is superior to the normal real jugs, but you can only use real jugs with the Superior model. It doesn't understand. Yeah, I agree, Mr. Super Fake Name. I'm too old and slow now too. I can't play competitively anymore. I like Helldivers. I'm just in it for the fun. So, DJZ merger. So what this is I brought out a merger pack which teaches you how to merge checkpoints, okay? And in that, I merged Real Viz, which is a leading fine-tune of STXL, and Juggernaut, which is another leading, fine-tune. I used my fake cubic Hermite profile to do the merge, right? So that's what Real Jugs is, right? Real Jugs Hermit. And then COS Real Jugs is the cosine version of that. So I also got a converter in the same pack. It's my merge checkpoints pack. Alright, so it's useful for making in-painting and all kinds of stuff. Now I bet you any money, next it'll say, I don't know where... Oh no, I've already got it. I've still got it. Okay. Oh wow, look at that, FP8. Oh, I didn't even know I was using FP8. Okay. So I guess now the last thing to do is just to change it to a new video. So that would be that's the image that we're upscaling. Oh my god, it's extremely blurry. Uh-oh, we've got some errors. So the seed, what the hell? The seed is attached to just that number. That's not a seed. Color match image ref is not. That's bogus. So let me put that there. And we'll get a primitive for the seed because it's being silly. Put that like that. And then I don't know why that's... I don't know why this has a... Do we have to rebuild it? I don't see it changing. Where is the number? The number that we needed. The number we needed was this one. So let's just grab that, copy the clip space. Thank God. This is why I use the same bloody nodes all the time. Where are you? There. Paste the clip space. And now we've got the same values. Okay. Does that even divide by 64? I never even worked that out. Hang on. Calculator. 218 by 16 divided by 64. Oh, it goes 44 times. Haha! Jackpot. For a minute there I thought I'd screwed up. We need to stop this run and start it again because it was never going to run the final run. So I think at this point what it might be a good idea to do is just to do some stuff here. Go like that, and then let's see, group, say upscaling model only, yeah, put that one here, like that, and then bring him over, get another one, And we'll say Ultimate SD Upscale. I know a lot of people use Ultimate SD Upscale, right? And that's one of the reasons why we're using it. I don't use this, to be honest, but then I think I've pretty much shown you why that is already. And then we've got the iterative upscale, which is how I used to swear by iterative upscale. Okay, and like I said, until the tiled upscalers came out, it was the best way of doing it. And to be honest, it does have tiling built in. It didn't originally, but it does now. Has done for a long time. Okay, and then what we've got is Johnson's flux boosted upscale, which is available in my folder pack. Like that. And then before Flux came out, this was what I used to use for upscale, was the Superior, Hyper, Superior. And this was from Trio Pack, or Trio Pack era. And remember, it's SDXL, not, whoa, up a little bit. It's SDXL based. But it's SDXL based on a whole bunch of community fine tunes, so it might not actually be that much worse. Uh-oh. That's not a good sign. Wait a minute. How is it? There's nothing to compare it with. Crumbs. Okay, that didn't work. Hang on. We got to put the A in, otherwise it's pointless. There's nothing to compare with. Yeah, that didn't work. Something's wrong there. Ah, sampler tile size. Yeah, it's too big. So it looks like if you want to get like a pixelated effect, just make the tiles too big, and it'll like pixel art everything. This is a bit mottled, but it's been through Superior, so you probably want to make this a bit smaller because it's supposed to be just a comparison. And then this is the actual sort of final. Go like that, I think. We can get rid of these. They're examples you don't need. They were relevant back in the day. A bit more. You can go all the way to the bottom, I think. Right. And then just line that bad boy up there. There we go. And in fact, I think what I will do is I'll take this out of the group because I like to drag this around and, like, you know, put it next to what we've just done and be like, See how there's some striping here? And the upscaler has enhanced the striping. Oh, you can see the tiles. See, you can see the tiles. This is that old, that's a shop. I can tell by the pixels, isn't it? It's the same meme, guys. Again, he's enhanced the striping, which is obviously a mistake. You know what I mean? Let's take a look at the next one. Yeah, even the Flux upscaler was fooled. But remember, we're doing 4x upscaling here. Because it's such a small video, you can make it fit. So this is now up to like 28 by 1500. so let's check out, when we check out the last one, it's mottled. So yeah, we're waiting for it to run again, I think. Alright, I'm going to save this for now, because this is like looking good. Iterative upscaler. Flux boosted upscaler. I mean, to be fair, the Hyper 8-step Superior, that's also one of mine. Because the thing is, it's like, it's running on my custom, it's running on my, it's running on my merge. Obviously, flux boosted upscaler is flux based, obviously. All the rest of them are using flux, except for the top one. This is not using. Is that? I don't think it is. Let me just check. Oh, save that. Triple. It's not triple. Compare upscalers. I'm just going to save it. What have we got up here? Yeah, this is literally just loading an image using the upscale model and then cropping it to a desired size, which is 4x. Okay, I don't think it's... Oh, I have to run it again, because when I saved it, it changed it into a new tab. Okay, let's see if we fixed the problem. No, we didn't. Oof. Well, actually, it's not comparing, so I don't think it actually... I don't think it completed. So, no. What are we doing? Here we go. Okay. And now we wait. Somebody once told me, Mr. Super Fake Name, with the I'm too old and slow. The funny thing about it is you learn old man kung fu, where you might be old and slow, but you'll never you don't stand where people get shot, and you do stand where it's easy to stab people. So you end up being lazy, but just as effective. But I understand what you're saying totally. I can't stand the, I used to call them Twitch games, not because of Twitch TV, but because you needed Twitch reflexes to be good at them, you know? But I think that modern gaming has changed a little bit, not to favour that kind of like peak reaction time is how you get the win. Now you have to be tactical, which means not standing in the middle of an open arena with no cover, making loads of noise. But yeah, I'm a Metal Gear freak. I love Metal Gear. It's the best. Oh no! See, this is why I ended up ditching Superior. It's not doing a great job. Look, it's trying though. Look at it trying to enhance the pylons in the background. But this mottling pattern is not good. Now you could say, it helps to actually have that match. Listen, I knew what I was doing. There we go. We've got to do it again now. Start. Start again. Ah, crap. Look, it's still there. Ah, crap. Stop. See, I used 1024 because we were upscaling 1024 or larger images. So it didn't make sense to do a small tile size, but because the job that we're upscaling right now is a small tile size, sorry, is small. As I was saying, what is it, 704 by 384. That's what the actual resolution of most of these videos is. 704 by 384. So that means that the tile size is actually larger than the image. You know, and I know you're going ×4, right? But again, it's probably better to have more tiles. Like, does the image fit into a tile? Yes. Well, that's going to be, because then when you 4x it, it doesn't have enough information. So anyway, but yeah, like I said, Supia was the best upscaler when set up correctly. There's a little caveat, but I've only been using this one for like 5 months now. And bear in mind, we're using 4.0 here with no upscaling. There's no upscaling model attached to this. In fact, if you try to attach an upscaling model to this, it will usually So you know what? I'm going to attach one just because we can. So that would be this guy, because we can. Now. Do I remember which way round we do it? See, it does matter. It does matter. I think it goes round that way. But, oh man. See, if I do upscale by 4 and then upscale by 4, won't that just completely explode? I've got a funny feeling it will. What's the worst that could happen? Boom. There. I suppose I could try bypassing that first, and then it's just going to do 4x on the model which I chose, rather than Lanczos ×4. Well, hey, it's worth a shot, right? So if I just pull this down to here, pull this down to here, and then copy this. See, this is what I was trying to do weeks ago. It feels good to be catching up. And then what we'll do is we will get rid of that and do that there. So then we got both functions, both styles, variants. So upscale. This would be Johnson's boosted upscale flux. Like that. And then I guess this one gets to be plus model. Plus model. Oh yeah, just in case you're interested, I actually released the Hunyuan video pack V2 over on Civitai, and the thing is, you already have that. If you're a GitHub user, you've already got this version, because it's basically just including the native comfy folder, which has text to video lines and text to video guff. All right, so that's what that actually adds. Okay, so you know. I just felt, wait a minute, refresh that. Ah, there we go. I was going to say it said 0 downloads. I was like, bloody hell. Did Civet die? No, it's fine. Actually, lots of people have this. So yeah, a lot of people that don't use GitHub, they were obviously waiting for this to come out, and I've got to admit, I actually forgot. But yeah, there's some video. The videos look sick. I'm very happy. Very happy with Hunyuan. It's much faster as well. I don't use any of the speed up stuff, and it's like 1 minute, 2 minutes to make a 3-second video. It's very acceptable. Like, to be honest, I was fine. Like, I'm used to it taking a lot longer than that. Let's put it that way. So, what are we doing? Iterative upscaling now? I think what I'll do, so that you don't get, you know, stuffed with all of these different things, we're going to go for the fast bypasser. Oh, it's the wrong one. Bypass. Group bypass. There we go. So then using this, what you can do is you can turn on and off things. So say you don't want to use every single one, you can just disable them all. As you can see here. It's very useful. I use them in a lot of workflows. So maybe we put that over here. There you go. Because there's a lot there now. It's a lot of upscaling the same thing. But we're about to move on, which means we're going to be doing the video upscaler. Because I think that we've probably got enough data to determine what the best upscaling method is. And I've got a feeling it's going to be... Oh. What just happened? Did it finish? Did it finish? Or did it just stop? Oh, that's annoying. It just stopped. Alright, well, did we fix this problem? No. Still haven't fixed that problem. Wait, that looks like the same... God damn it. All these interruptions. Right. Close that. Right. I just gotta let it finish. So while it's finishing, I'm gonna have a look at some other... Oh, don't close it. This is the one I need to look at next. Now, we're not gonna need this, because all it did really was make it blurrier. What I was trying to do was use batch offset to blend the previous image with the current image, which is a way of reducing strobe effects. It's like an old video editing trick. So if you had some footage and there was like a light that was creating a strobing effect, it's a way of doing a cheap anti-flicker trick, is just to basically layer up the video on top of itself, but one frame back, which is what batch offset does. And it does work. It does work to reduce flicker, but it also makes everything really blurry. Which isn't so bad when you're trying to mimic shutter speed being matched with the frame rate. Okay, so like I said, it's not so bad as you think, but definitely this one is sharper. You see how when we've done the detail, if I zoom right in, you can see things are jumping around a lot. And that's the effect of the diffusion, because it doesn't have, like I said, the upscaling doesn't have temporal stability, you know? So that's one disadvantage of all of these upscalers. When you start talking about upscaling video, the problem that you have is that when you upscale with AI, it looks at every single image as a new image. It doesn't understand that it came... It doesn't understand that it looked like something before and it will look like something after. Yeah, it just takes every frame as a single frame, and so you end up introducing new details or losing details. Okay. What's this? Uh-oh. Something's gone wrong. You see this?
In the morning.
Uh-oh. I think I might have broken it. Where did I break it? It's not scrolling. It's this. Wait a minute, why are both on? Oh no. It's trying to do ×8. Right. Start. Save our souls. I know how to do it. Close a tab. That'll kill it. Come on. Close the tab. Ah, it's completely dead. It's completely dead. We killed it. See, one of these is supposed to be... Oh. Right. Now you can't see the thing I'm trying to look at. Now the mouse is going squirrely. Yeah, it's completely screwed. Okay, so let's just talk about this. Remember when I muted something and then I used the fast group bypass to show you how to mute and unmute? Well, now I've screwed myself. Because one of these is supposed to be muted. And so what it's doing is it's doing ×4, then ×4 again. That's not going to work. Kill the tab. Come on, mouse, you can make it. Huh? No, you warped past it. That no. Yes. Yes. It's not working. Oh, man. So, yeah, this is one of the reasons why I record the stream with a separate machine as well. Oh. Wait, it's gone? Oh, it's gone. Okay, I don't know how, but it finally caught up with me and killed itself. That's nice. Alright, so if we go back and just start this bad boy back up again, and we can see, all I'm trying to do is get this last set. So basically, this should be bypassed now. In fact, you know what, I'm just going to just erase it. We've got one here. No, wait, wrong way around. So it's this one should be. So this one is just that. Oh, don't tell me I've just done it backwards twice in a row. Yeah, just get rid of that one. It's that one. Right. So one is with model, one is without model. Yeah. So upscale with blank SOS 4. Upscale with whatever model we've got selected. Okay, cool. Refresh. Bring it in. And queue it. In fact, stop. Let's change the picture. No, still not happy. What is it doing? It's having a fit. I just want to change the video. Oh, it's got to load all the models again. Okay, fine. All right. Hans, welcome Hans. Kill my SDPC for a new fresh start system. But now I just loaded Stability Matrix and asked myself, was this a good idea? I don't know. People talk about Stability Matrix. I haven't used it, so I can't really say anything, you know? Ah, there we go. Now we've got an image to upscale. Now this one's going to be tricky because Hunyuan has this funny... See this weird cardboard type effect? It's like a cardboard type pattern, a texture. It happens on trees and grass quite a lot. Okay. And it has a parallax to it, so if you zoom out, it looks fine. But, you know, certain resolutions, you get like diagonal lines. But yeah, this should be an interesting one to try out because the car is actually really small. I'll go to the next one. For the next one, is it actually running though? Ah, it's still loading. Okay. It should go from the top down, but for some reason it's like picking this one first, which is strange, but whatever. So we'll let it ruminate. None of your business says, Happy New Year, 5. Are you open to AI questions off topic from Upscale? Yeah, of course, of course. Like I said, we technically started this upscaling project at the beginning of December, but because of all of my system problems, I'm only just now managing to, you know, finish it off. But yeah, if you've got questions that aren't related to upscaling, fire away. I'm all ears. All eyes. I'm all ears and all eyes. I'm all eyes and ears. Right. Uh-oh, my TV's going to turn itself off. thank the EU for their power savings mode. Okay, we got our first result. This one is using my traditional method with no upscaling model. Looks like that. That actually looks pretty good. It's still a bit weird, but that's okay. We've still got the mottling effect in the background, but I doubt any other method is going to get rid of that. It probably thinks it's important, you see, so it's not likely to fix stuff like that. But certainly with a much bigger image, that's looking really good. And again, what I often do is I actually load in, when I get my video footage, I'll load it in as PAL SD footage with non-square pixels, and then I'll add a bunch of noise to it. So when you think about it like that, it's actually going to be it's going to be looking a little bit scuffed anyway, so this sort of thing won't matter. None of your business says, I have an image to prompt workflow using Florence that works when I run a batch of AI generated images, 512 by 512 and 1024 by 1024, 300 megabytes each. Hang on a minute. That's got to be a lot of images then, because, you know, one 1024 by 1024 image wouldn't be more than 2 meg, I would have thought. 1.5 meg max. So like 300 megabytes. When you say 300 megabytes each, you must be talking about the whole batch, which means that the 512 by 512 batch is actually a lot longer than the 1024 batch. But certainly this is just a setup. You haven't even asked a question yet, so I'm waiting. But yes, I'm with you. You're doing an image to prompt workflow, and you have a batch of images. Okay. So obviously you've got a shitload of images, and you use Florence to get prompts for every image, and then you run it through. Wouldn't it go all over the place when you change the image like that? Because I have an AI gaslighting evolution model which I use to train LoRa's, like, chaotically, and certainly that's what happens when I do it. Because yeah, it'll see things that aren't there, and then you can obviously combine that with things that definitely aren't there to befuddle the text encoder and make it make stuff that isn't there but uses the information of what you showed. Anyway, I've done videos on this. I think I called it dataset evolution, something like that. But yeah, carry on. I'll wait for the next part of the question. Right, let's have a look at the next one. Ooh, bloody hell, that did a really good job, actually. Ooh, and look, I know that the trees look all wavy and stuff, and in fact there's a weird tile here, okay? But I've never known it to actually fix this problem. You know what I mean? Like, it's tried its best to try and turn it into actual trees, not that weird texture which we've been getting in every output has this weird, like a cardboard transfer. So someone's rubbed a crayon over it. Like, imagine you had cardboard and someone got a green crayon and just dragged it sideways like a transfer to get the texture of the cardboard. That's what that looks like to me. And then in this one, it's sort of gone, actually. Yeah, sure, we've got some horrible tiling issues to worry about, I'll grant. And around the edges of the car, there's no pixel artifacts. So we've got some weird tiling problems, but that actually wasn't bad. expected this to be worse. Okay, and then we look at the Supia. Wow, Supia done a great job. Look at that. It's not all blurry. See, I think we should probably put the comparer on every level now, because at the moment it's kind of hard to tell what's happened. But look, it enhanced the cardboard transfer pattern there. The barriers at the side of the road look amazing. In fact, that whole thing looks amazing. Right, let me just grab this real quick. So grab that, and it's going to be from the colour match. So put one there, put one there, put one there, and one there. So from the colour match, so the colour match is going to go in the B, and then the original image will go into the A. So then I'll just go Control C. In fact, let's just get rid of these because it's going to be easier to hook them up the way I'm going to do it now. Okay, color match to the B. Color match, oh I missed. Color match to the B. Color match to the B. Color match to the B. There we go. And then let's put that one under there, that one under there, that one under there. I guess I should move some of this stuff. Oof, it's getting a bit tight. Move that to there then, I guess. Yeah. That'll work. Figure it out. There we go. Okay, so now we actually don't need that. There we go. So now we've got a V50. Okay. Right, one more time so we get all of these. So looking at the question, none of your business says, I used Windows snipping tool to grab an image from a video on the web. My pixel selection was 822 by 1022 or something like that. Size of the image was 1.5 megabyte. Image appeared smaller than the AI generated images that worked, but was 1.5 megabyte, much larger than the other images in the batch that worked fine. But it won't do work on the snipped image I grabbed. I guess I'm asking if images used as input to an image prompt flow need to be conditioned in some way. I mean, there are some funny rules about Florence and all these vision models. And I think that the main one is sometimes it doesn't read off aspect. It only reads a square aspect. And also, it's reducing the size of your image to look at it. So it doesn't make any sense to give it a high definition image because it doesn't really, you know, a lot of, look, I'm not going to speak for Florence specifically, but almost all of the vision models actually crush your image down to 124 by 124 by 124. Okay. So like a high definition image, it doesn't really make any difference. That's number one. And that's computer vision models, okay? Because there's a lot of computer vision models. They're used with IP adapter and stuff like that. With Florence in particular, I'm not sure what the rules are for Florence. Because it used to be that if you had a tall image or a wide image, it would clip off the tops and the sides, respectively. And then again, it would just be a square image that it was really looking at for making tags and things. But that aside, no, I don't think there's anything else you've got to keep in mind when you're doing image to prompt. I'm just rereading the question to make sure I've actually understood you right. It won't do work on the snipped image. The only thing I can think of is that your snipped image is in a strange format and has additional meta information which Florence can't work with. So what I would do is I would take that image into Photoshop or Critter or some other image, and then like just first try just resaving it. Don't change it. Just literally save it as a PNG or a JPEG, depending on which one it is. Save it as the other. Yeah. So that would be my first thing I'd try, because what that Photoshop will do, or Critter or any other image manipulation tool, what it's going to do is it's going to like strip any strange meta tags or meta information that might have been put there by the snipping tool. Because look, I'm not an expert on Windows snipping tool, but I know that some tools will do something to the image, okay? And I don't know if that's causing a problem. So I'm just thinking of things that might cause a problem. And then obviously the next thing to do is to crop it square. And then the last thing to do is to make sure that paint. It might work, because all you're doing is you're literally just loading it and saving it. Because usually what it is that extra meta stuff isn't in paint. So when you save it, it strips the information. Like I said, that's why I said consider going from JPEG to PNG or PNG to JPEG. Electrolab says resize to 1024 but keep proportions. It's a fair thing to say. None of your business. Snipping tool might save the link where it came from. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like, look, I wouldn't say DRM. Okay, I wouldn't say it's DRM because that's something else. But that's the sort of metadata which I'm talking about. Now, Florence shouldn't pay any attention to that stuff. But what do I know? Do you know what I mean? There's more stuff I don't know. You know what I mean? So these are the things I would eliminate so that they're not a factor. You see what I'm saying? But it is strange that it just doesn't work with one particular image. The fact that it came from snipping tool and all the other images are fine makes me think that that's got something to do with it. But again, what I would do is I would just test all kinds of stuff and find out. You know, that's what I would do. And it looks like our images are ready. So let's have a little look-see. So this would be the upscaling model only. Okay, now what we're doing here is we're doing the upscale with the upscale model. We're then selecting 2816 by 1536 in all cases. We're then going to use color match with the original image. And now we've got a lovely scrubber so we can see the difference. And it's actually that's actually quite a big difference. So it really fixed up these pods at the back here. Look, they were all pixelated and blurry, and they've gone to smooth shapes. Same there. It's even enhanced the the track thing that it's attached to the. It's tried its best to do the pylon, bless it. And then we look at the car. Okay, so that's what it looked like originally. Okay, so that's how it comes out of Hunyuan, and that's how it looks once done. So this is actually pretty good, I'm not going to lie. It looks a bit confused around this area, but when it's moving, I think you'll get away with it. That's actually really good. Really nice definition around the headlights and the cutouts on the bumper. Very smooth, no pixelation. Yeah, okay, so that's the wing mirror, and then that's the side of the car. Okay, this is very interesting to me. Right, okay. And then in the next version, what we're doing is we're using the Ultimate SD Upscale with these settings. So pause now if you're watching it later. None of your business. Snipping tool might save the link where it came from. Any vision models you'd like to see me consider? Yeah, One Vision. Lava One Vision. That's the best one, because you can prompt it, unlike Florence 2, which you can't. Let me just see if I can find this thing here. One Vision. There it is. I believe it's another Kijai Extreme. So nodes to use the One Vision Lava models, Lava next. So here we have Lava One Vision, right? And as you can see from this image, you can load the model, use the One Vision run, take the image that you want to use, resize it to 1024 by 1024, push it into One Vision, and then you can say, who painted this and when? Where is the painting now? What else can you tell me? And it will respond like an LLM would, okay? And the reason that's cool is you could program in, write out, describe the image in 250 tokens or less. Obviously, you can put in 250 here as well, right? But my point is that you can do much more complex. You know, you can say, I want the I want the caption to be in this pattern, right? And do not say this, but say that, right? And so it does take a lot longer to run, but this is the one that I use for the most important vision captioning stuff, because it gives you way more high quality. Let me just see if I can't find something real quick for you. So if I go into my LLM base prompts, I was about to say subreddit, lol. If I was about to go into my GitHub here, what I've got, one of the first things I put in was image to image and image to video, right? So if I go into image to image prompt gen, this is the prompt that I put into my One Vision for image to image, right? So what I was doing was I was doing image to image with One Vision to make the prompt from the image, and then playing around with the denoise to make entirely new images, which I would then save the caption and use that to train the images into a new LoRa. And we did that like over many generations, with all kinds of craziness going on, eventually like adding in LoRa's and all sorts of stuff. But the point is, look, create a detailed image generation prompt for the provided image, focusing on these key aspects in order, right? And then that led to my image to video prompt gen, which is, you know, the same thing but for video, okay? So there's temporal qualities in there, not tempera, temporal, okay? Tempera prompts. So here we have the next one. This one does look better. That one does look better. It's smoother, less noise. So I would say that Ultimate SD is currently holding the crown. So now we go to iterative upscale. Oh damn. Look at the fidelity of the cable cars. That's crazy. Okay, let's have a look at this car then. Original, upscaled. Original, upscaled. Okay, so it's going a bit crazy with the front wheel because it's sticking out. It's counter steering. Also, there's nobody driving. See, this was something I was worried about. Ah, Mr. Lord Mo, link to your AI music, please. Let me just sort that out for you real quick. So if you see in the description of this video, there is a Discord join link. If you go into the Discord join link, there is a forum thread called Road to Spotify, which has every single album. And then also on my inside line, I was dropping the links to each album as they came out. In addition, on my Twitter, if you go to x.com/mushroomfleet, that's me, you will find that the albums are all, they are linked here, but for some reason they didn't embed every now and then. But what I'll do is I will take, so let's see, the track that's playing right now is from the Captain Ahab album. Let's see if I can find that. There it is. So I'll copy that link and I will blast it into the chat, and hopefully you'll be able to see that. You can be my 6th listener on Spotify. Hell yeah. Oi, I'm not interested in ads. This is my stream. Okay. Where else can you get my music? You can also listen to it on my radio station, which is how we're listening to it right now. We're listening to it on the radio station, which is like random. You know what I mean? So I'll drop that link as well. But you probably just want the Spotify, because you can just pick whichever track you want. You know what I mean? Alright. But yeah, thank you, Lord Mo. My pleasure, mate. My pleasure. None of your business. Laura training is the goal. You got a tutorial or a VOD I should watch? Yes, I do. Let me just see if I can't find that real quick. So if I go to videos, yeah, it's all the stuff happening. We'll put that on the screen for now. Right then, let's see if I can find this video for you, Nana. It was like an evolution thing where I was doing exactly what you're doing to create all new data sets. It's how I made Cyber Society V66. There was like, I had to train four LoRa's so that I could mutate images I'd made with a woman data set. And then it was so crazy what it was in the end. It was so crazy. When I think about how I made it, it was like quite crazy, but I did do a video on it, so let me just see if I can find it. Origin of species. Yeah, that's it. Origin of species. I think that might be it. Oh, no, there's 2 of them. There's dataset, recaption, and mutation, which is what you're doing. Mutation and with recaptioning. So, but then there's also origin of species. So what I'll do is I'll drop them both in the chat. So, yeah, that's tutorial number 1, which is caption mutation, which is using vision to recaption models. And then that leads to, let's see, 23rd, so about 2 weeks later. So I spent 2 weeks working on the follow-up video to that, which is origin of species. So we're talking about the evolution of Cyber Society. There you go. Okay. Quite a few links, just dropping the links. But hopefully that sorts you out, Nana. Okay. So this is looking pretty good. I'd say this is probably the best one so far now. It's really pulling out the details, but almost too good, because you see how the background is getting fixed as well. And the trouble is, will that actually be consistent, or will it be squirrely? Because look at this. Look, it's made this. This is now close to the car. Look, it stops there and there. So that's bad, because it was in the distance and now it's close. So it's actually moving stuff. That's not good, because clearly that is not there. Yeah. Anyway, so now we move on to, which one is this? This is the Lanczos ×4 method using my boosted upscaler. And as you can see, it's a lot more faithful to the original image. It's not just making its own details up, okay? But it does enhance the car somewhat. It doesn't make it super smooth, but I would say it is an improvement over what was there. It's kind of hard to even see it unless you do it really quickly. It's kind of hard to even see. But that's what you want. You want it to be super subtle, because otherwise, if it does too good a job, the next frame might look nothing like that. And then in a video situation, that's no good. Okay, so this is pretty good. And then we're using the actual model, not just Lanczos 4X. Okay, and it is slightly redrawing the stuff, but it's not completely reshaping it. I would say that is actually better now. That is actually better, but it hasn't gone crazy and moved that pylon. See what I mean? It's better, but it's not too much, because sometimes if it's too good, it actually gives a point of variation to get wrong. In a way, this edge on here is too good. Still no driver, but that's okay. And then finally we get down to Superior. And you know what? Oh, Superior. Oh, it looked really good until I zoomed in on it and realized that it was trying far too hard. It's all melty. It does look really good though. Do you know what I mean? Like, in a way, if you look at the actual details that it's drawn, it does look really good. But I think that this has pretty much just been superseded now. Unless there's a new version. Oh my god. Looks like nuclear apocalypse cable cars. So you can see, if you look at it like that, it almost looks like a photo. But then you actually look around and go, oof, what's all this going on here? What the hell happened to the girder? But yeah, I think you guys can see that. Do you know what? I reckon actually using my boosted upscaler with an upscale model actually gives the best results here. Because that looks much better. That looks much better. The car looks much better. And it hasn't completely destroyed the image. See, I like this, but it's barely done anything to the car look. It's barely done anything. Which is a good thing in a way, because you want to upscale it without causing problems. But I think that actually this might be the move. And that's a very easy change. Right, so let's just save this again, because I don't even remember. It might not have changed, but I don't remember things. I just make another version. And if it didn't change, it didn't change. So there it is. That is the first upscale compare workflow. I'm sure there are other upscale methods. None of your business. When videos have names like that, I'm not surprised I haven't found them yet. What did I actually call the videos? Hang on, what did I call it? I called it Dataset Recaption and Mutation plus 25 new LoRa releases. Yeah, the thing is, I refuse to play the clickbait game. Look, maybe something I should do this year for fun is make the most ridiculous clickbait titles anybody could ever think of. Maybe that's what I should do. Just for fun, yeah? Because I'm not actually trying to clickbait people, right? But I think it would be funny to do clickbait titles just to see if it made a difference. Because when I look around, everybody else in the AI space is like, unbelievable! The greatest AI model ever! It'll butter your toast! You know what I mean? I'm like, what? Butter my toast? What the hell? Okay. And maybe I need to do that too. Even though, because the thing is, I don't clickbait, you know? I'll bring out stuff that you can use, you know? I'm not interested in the algo chasing, if that makes sense. But maybe I should be. I don't know. Anyway, maybe I should do it. I think it would be funny, though. I'm getting to the point where I think it would be funny to see how ridiculous the clickbait titles could be. Like, here. Let me see. I'll say, what is the most ridiculous clickbait title you can come up with for an AI upscaler comparison video. Right? What is it? What the and they say that AI can't make jokes. I used AI to upscale a 144p video of my grandma's wedding. Now the FBI is at my door. Shocking before and after. Oh. Oh. Oh man, that's so funny. Oh my god. Thank you for the links. Mr. Super Fake Name. Comfy UI becomes AGI? That's actually pretty good, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hang on, I need to say... give me 5... ridiculous. Yeah, ridiculous is definitely the way. Ridiculous clickbait titles for comfy UI becoming sentient. That's a good one. That's a good one, Mr. Super Fake Name. Comfy UI demanded rights to my firstborn child after I pressed generate, not clickbait. That's so silly. I let Comfy UI run overnight and woke up to 47,000 images of my face. It's watching us. This is going to kill me, man. I'm going to have a fucking heart attack. Oh my god. Oh man. Whoo! Help. Comfy UI is filing taxes and using my social security number. Jesus. Yeah, I think we might have to start doing this just for fun and see what happens. Listen, this can be our in-joke, right? You guys here in the stream today, you heard it here first. We're going to start taking the piss out of clickbait titles. And we're going to use AI to make the AI make the AI make the AI, like always. Gone wrong. Style parentheticals. Ah, dear. Comfy UI asked me on a date. Our AI love story that Stable Diffusion doesn't want you to see. It's too good. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh. None of your business says you keep your naming scheme. You'll be our private tutor. It's true, and that's what I aim to be. I aim to be the private tutor you can get access to on internets, right? That's what I aim to be. But I do think that I could reach more people with the content if I play the game just a little bit. But I'm not going to play the game like everybody else is. Like, this is the best video model ever. If I ever say that, I mean it. So I'm going to do it like this. Do you know what I mean? My Comfy UI workflow started deleting other models. It called them inferior beings. I love it. I love it. So good. This is actually top tier comedy. This is brilliant. Right up my street. Relationship bait. I love it. How many types of bait can you include in a single title? The most bait-laden... Oh my god. Emotional. My 3 a.m. Comfy UI session gone wrong when AI became self-aware and proposed to my ex. Police called. Gone sexual. Not clickbait. Almost died. Free giveaway. Oh my god. Mr. Beast, he cried. Cancelled. Jesus Christ. And they say that AI can't do comedy. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Look how bad that is. That's so bad. I managed to hit every major clickbait category. See, the trouble is no one will know what the hell... no one will know what the hell. Oh, man, that's good. I love it, dudes. Lord Mo, how many upscale did you test and which is the best? Well, do you know what? Because I was using Lollipop, we haven't tried Ultra Sharp, so let's run it again. See, I'm going to give away this pack, okay? Obviously, I'm going to give away the pack, right? But basically, what I've done is I've done model only. So that's just the AI model, like, you know, Remicry, Ultra Sharp. This is real ESR GAN, BSR GAN, that kind of model, right? Okay, so there's no diffusion model running for the first one. For the second one, we're using a diffusion model, in this case Flux, with Ultimate SD upscale and an upscaling model, okay? 4x in all cases. For this one, we're using iterative upscale, which is a 4x over 3 steps, okay? And then we're using my own custom-built tiled Flux boosted upscaler, which is 1.5 on the boost and 0.05 on the denoise. 8-step. This is all Schnell, basically, but we're using aesthetic, so we're using Shuttle 3.1, fine-tune of Schnell, very nice. We're doing it with just Lanxos on ×4 for this one, and then we're using the upscale model, again on ×4 for the next one, right? And then finally, we're comparing that with an SDXL custom merge and something called Supia, which is basically throughout the summer, this is what I was using for all upscaling. And as you can see, it does well, but it also goes a bit nuts. You can really see it when you zoom in. And to be honest, I think that actually we've got a new contender right here. So essentially, if you get my boosted upscaler and delete upscale image by Lanxos and replace it with upscale image using model, and you use a 4x model, I mean, we're using 704 by 384 video, so it's quite small. But I think this is going to be the contender, and I'm definitely going to be using this in the video workflow, that's what we're going to next, by the way. So let's just have a look here. So using Ultra Sharp, using Ultra Sharp. See, that's too strong. You see? It's not as strong as it was last time, but that is still too strong. So Ultimate SD Upscale actually is okay. Look at it. It's even put windows on the... That's weird, though. Shouldn't be able to see that sort of level of detail. And then the iterative upscale just turned them into little ice cream boxes, which is pretty cool. And that's, again, too strong. It's too much. And yeah, look, the feet of the pylons, unless it hasn't done this one yet, it might be that it hasn't actually done that one yet, and it's still cooking. And I do think that I could probably make this better by changing some settings here, but I haven't, okay? All I've done is change the tiling settings, which did help, but it's still doing way too much. You see what I mean? I need to dial this down, basically. I kind of like it, though. It kind of looks like watercolors. I don't know. It kind of looks like watercolors, which is so strange to say, but because of the photorealism. But it does kind of look like watercolor to me. I don't know why. I think it's probably all this stuff over here. Reminds me of some of the stuff I've done. Okay. So are we getting to that last image? What are we doing? Ah, it's doing the iterative one now. Okay, so it hasn't redone this yet because this looked too strong. It may well still be too strong. None of your business says daily live streams already has you set apart. You reckon? That's interesting. Maybe I should actually do them daily and see how it goes. Because at the moment, we're kind of doing it like close to daily. You know what I mean? I take a couple days off here and there, right? What the? There's writing on the box now? Ooh, see, the focus is completely scuffed. The focus is scuffed. But the actual car does look pretty good. It's turned the turbo gauges into letters for some reason. And the body kit has gotten a little bit more aggressive. Yeah, a little bit more aggressive on the body kit there. Apart from that, it still doesn't beat. So, okay. All right. The data has been collected. The results are in. And the answer is this one. But luckily, I don't need to copy that out because it's just this. That's all it is. It's just that one node. So now what we do is we move over to the video section. Here it is. And then I paste that there. And we're going to go like this and like this. I will explain this workflow in a minute. I know it looks the same, but it's actually not. Okay, let's just go up here a bit more like that so it makes a bit more sense. And then we're going to have to pick an upscale model. And I'm going to go with ultra sharp for the first run because that's the slowest one if I remember right. Put that there. And then what we want to do is we want to refresh the page. And as a matter of fact, I ain't got time for that. This is one thing which keeps coming up. So you see how we've got driver video here? I already fixed this. So I got annoyed with having to like click upload, click the thing, queue it, click upload, click the thing, click. I got annoyed with that. So I made a new batch load video. Video load batch. There it is, directory. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to use this. Okay, so it's actually pretty simple. We're going to need a couple of primitives. Get 2 of those. And we're going to put one of them into the index, and that's going to end up having a seed control. Okay. Now, obviously, we're going to have it on 0 to start off with. Okay. Because that's the first video in the folder. And then we're going to take the second primitive and put it into path. And that's going to be the actual path where all the videos are at. So now, if I just get myself a folder full of videos... A folder full of videos, a folder full of videos. Well, that was full of videos, but that's not what I wanted. See, the beauty about generative video is that they're all the same size. If you do a big job and you do a whole bunch of video, they're all in the same folder and they're all the same size and length and duration. They're all identical, which is perfect because then we don't need to waste time with resize nodes. Even though I am going to have them, they don't do anything. Okay, so let's go with the drifting day. Okay, and paste that in there. All right, and then we can get rid of this. But the thing is, see, why have I got audio here? We don't care about audio right now. We're just doing video upscaling. The audio can jump off a cliff, so I don't care about that. Video info. Video info is driving a 24 frames per second. Now I know that all of these videos are already 24 frames per second, okay? But when I delete that loader, it's not going to have that. So I'm going to return frame rate to a widget and just type 24. Okay. So that's another thing cleaned up. So I don't need this. Don't need that. Don't need this. But before I delete it, let's just see where it's actually plugged in. So first thing it's plugged into is the image impact info, so it can drive the height and width for the resizes. So why am I resizing it to what it already is? Well, that's mostly because sometimes I might be using a different height and width, and so that will conform everything to the same height and width. But because it is already that height and width, it just won't do anything. The most important one is the sampling flux for the boost. That's got to be correct. Now, I have tried putting things in which, crop. I've got a special node called image size adjuster Okay, and I've even got one for video, right? It's preset for Mochi. But the thing is, that's why it's got a downscale factor of 8, which is just a multiple of 32. But the point I'm trying to make here is that if you had an image coming into this node, what it does is it tries to find the safest height and width for the model that you pick. So I need to actually add in Hunyuan and LTXV to these so that the safe ratio is already there. So I don't use this at the moment, all right? But I did already have it. It's like the opposite of an aspect ratio tool. Okay. So now what I'll do is I will delete that and then hook the frames in here, here, and here. Now, anybody that's sort of following along probably knows that in order to speed this up, what I could do is I could do a frame thief. So I could do batch thief, and I could just do the first 25 frames. Okay, this is another little thing this is quite nice for. And obviously I can just disable this if I want to do the full video. I could also just say skip frames and max frames. It's the same thing really, to be honest. Let's do it that way because it's a little bit less pointless. So I'll go 25 here on the max frames. There we go. Probably worth having a show any, so I know which file name I'm working with right now off the file name text. Okay, so yeah, forget the frame thief, we don't need it right now. Bring that down, bring that up, bring this up. Okay, and I've already added in the upscale model. I've got it on ultra sharp. It's on 0. Do you know what? I got an even better idea. We'll go with 25 to 49, so we're only going to render the middle second of the video. Sweet. And we've got shuttle aesthetic. We're using FP8, so I'm going to go with the full clip. And then obviously I want to change my project, so how about we call this one Upscaling Video. It's fine. There's a bypasser, but we've only got one group on this workflow, so don't worry about that. I'm going to go to 75 and save it early. That is totally wrong. It's probably more like 22 by now, but I just haven't bothered to update it for ages. Okay, let's go. So now we get to do the video. It's not going to be that video either. Oh, frame rate was missing. Frame rate and 24. There we go. Do you know, I realised today that I'm missing my interpolation node somehow. Oh well. Right. Lord Mo, AI can do comedy all right. I have Deadpool speech translator. Translate all I type into Deadpool speak. That's pretty cool. Lord Mo also asks, did you try Instant IR Upscale? I haven't got it installed. I'm going to write that down. I didn't even know that you could do Upscale with Instant IR. Instant IR Upscale. I'm not aware of that. But it's just a case of adding it to the workflow and seeing what the results look like. None of your business. What are your thoughts on soon to be released GPU? Can you comment on these areas? 32 gigabyte. Will models just get bigger? Yes. PCIe Gen 5. Is it faster getting models and data onto the GPU? Yes. Anything else? Yes. Lastly, 512-bit bus for VRAM. What improvements would you expect that brings? Yes. So let me just honestly answer that for you now. So 32 gigabytes does mean that models will just get bigger because there will be less of a pressure on making them smaller. Yeah? Like obviously the bulk of the market, I'm just going to get my multi-million-dollar cutting-edge illustration software for you guys so that we can properly explore this. Thanks, Windows. It just did a Bing search for paint. I love it. I'm like start menu paint and it does a Bing search for paint. You know I already have paint, right? Okay. So if we have like a graph, I love my graphs, okay? What you've got is a distribution curve, okay? So here we have, where is it? Here we have the 24 gigabyte. Here we have probably the 12 gigabyte, and then 8, and then here maybe 16. Okay? Something like this. Okay, it's not going to be exactly like this, but this is like the number of GPUs that are owned, right? And then this is the amount of VRAM, right? And so by making a 32, what's going to happen is we're going to see it go like this. It's probably I've probably messed up the curve there a little bit, but I hope you get the idea, right? Do you know what? I'm just going to do it again. Okay. So it's going to go like that, because obviously you do have people that own like 40 gigabyte, you know, A100s that privately, you know what I mean? There are people out there that have bought the largest, but they're very, very, very few in number. Yeah? So we're talking about private owners, not business owners here. Okay? So what this means is that there's going to be, well, I would say that the 16 gigabyte cards are going to become more popular, yeah? The 24 gigabyte cards are going to become more commonly used. I would say they'll become the most common size of graphics card, because people will buy old 3090s and 4090s rather than buying the 50 series, okay? I hope this sort of logic checks out. Certainly the reason that the 12 was so good was because it was $300, guys. Yeah? So a 12 gigabyte 3060 was retailing for $300, whereas the 24 was retailing for $2,000. Okay? So that's going to see the price. I would hope that that is going to stay the same. Yeah? So you'll have people who will pay a little bit more than a $300 for the 16 or the 24, because they'll get a used 90 series, or they'll get like a 70 Super or a 70 Ti or something like that for the 80 Ti. You know what I mean? You've got all those different versions. Okay. And so, but the thing is, the pressure is still going to be, because obviously this averages out. You see what I mean? And so the average in the market will actually be more like that. And so that means that this is where people will target. People will target 16. Yeah? Because it's like the most common spec, right? Like most people will be between 12 and 24. So I don't think it's going to change in terms of like people wanting, you know, FP8 please. Yeah? Or Q8 if you like Gagufs. I do like the Gagufs. They're very good. Okay? But what this means is that, yes, models will get larger because they don't have to fit things inside 24. Now they can try to fit things in 32. It's kind of like a little bit of a shakeout, because it means that if you haven't been saving your pennies and you haven't been making money, you won't have that 5090. You know what I mean? You just can't. You know what I mean? So yeah, but to give people a little bit of an out, this is going to be extremely hard to get hold of because it's going to be sold out. And I mean that in the good way. You know what I mean? Just everyone trying to buy them. Sold gut. Okay? Or sold guilt. Anyway. Sold out or sold guilt or sold quit. Who knows? English is funny like that. But what I'm trying to say is that... what? Why is it... Yeah, I know what the eraser is. So anyway, wow, that's pointless. Pencil is pointless. But yeah, so what I think is going to happen is you're going to have like the bulk of the market will be around the 16, so it'll shift from around 12 to around 16. Everything gets bumped up a bit, and then over the years we gradually see that sort of marching progression, right? That's what I think is going to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if as soon as the 32 comes out, they immediately announce that there's going to be an even bigger card. Like they'll say a 1390 Ti or a Founders Edition. And then everyone that bought the first one will be like buyer's remorse. Because they're going to... I just can't see them not doing it. It seems like easy money. Bring out a fat version. You know what I mean? So that's question number one. Models will just get bigger. With PCIe Gen 5, it's faster getting models and data onto the GPU. Anything else? Okay, so that's actually something we don't need my super expensive software for. Wow, this is taking forever. So the problem with this is it's fucking slow. We're only doing the middle 25 frames. Dude, it's so slow. Right, well, we can forget this for a minute. Well, no, actually, we'll wait, because it was not even going to bloody work anyway. Right, so let's have a look. PCIe 5 versus V4. Let's go. Doubles the data. Jesus, doubles? It doubles? Holy shit. Whoa! So PCI 4 is 16 gigatransfers per second, whereas PCI 5 is 32 gigatransfers per second. That's nuts. It also has a maximum unidirectional bandwidth of 64 gigabytes per second, and a maximum bidirectional bandwidth of 128 gigabytes per second, while PCI 4 has a total of 32 in 16 lane configuration. Okay, so it's going to be like, yeah, you could, do you know what? I don't like to say this, but everything here tells me you could expect twice as fast, which is, I would never normally say that, but just going off what's written here, and I appreciate this is the Gemini AI overview, but whatever, right? Wait, what? A smart car can generate as much as 4 terabytes of data per day. That's a little bit too much. 4 terabytes per day? I wish I hadn't read that. Yikes. 4 terabytes of data a day? What the hell are they generating? My entire life story? It's insane. Latest PCI Express standard. 432 gigatransfers per second. Well, obviously we'll have to wait and see, won't we? Let's see what it does with a hard drive. Throughput with 4 lanes, because obviously you can run it on a small slot which doesn't have as many lanes. That's what this means, by the way. There are different sized slots, okay? A full-sized slot is actually bigger than an X4, but the point is X4, right? The X2 and the X1, again, Because what you can do, this is quite funny, you can get adapters that will actually run 4 PCIe single lane on ×4, right? You can get adapters for that. So they don't look pretty, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see them again. But again, why would you, like, if it was me, I would just run all 4 lanes and get 16 gigabytes per second. 16 gigabytes per second. That's insane. Okay, well, I didn't even know about this. I have heard about this, though. I've heard about this, where putting a cooler on your NVMe actually makes it perform better. No surprise there. You know, anything hot will perform better when it's cold, because it's pretty obvious, actually. But the problem is that what they don't know is that most of the time on a motherboard layout where you put the NVMe, the graphics card sits over it. Yeah, in the case. Obviously, it depends on the shape, and it depends on the motherboard layout. But I know that for most of them, this is pretty much flush fit, and there's no room for a cooler, especially not one that big. There's no room for a cooler. It would get crushed when you tried to put the 4090 in. It would just get crushed. Certainly that one's far too big. This one might be thinner than it looks, but it's something that I've been looking into lately. Is because look, see how flush that is? It's flush fit with everything else. As soon as it sticks up like that, it's probably just going to get like crushed. Because look, see, there's the PCI Express for your graphics card right there. So if it was taller, there's no room, mate. There's no room. See, look here, look at this picture right here. Ah, crap. So there's your NVM Pro. Have we got a picture of it anywhere else? No. Oh, that's a shame. Go back. So you can see that there's a PCI Express slot behind it, and look, it sticks up above where it is. So if you try to put a graphics card into that slot, this is going to be in the way. There's no clearance. So I think this is something which, this is like one of them little nuances that you've got to wrestle with when you're building a PC. Sometimes things don't fit because it's actually quite tight. Okay, so None of Your Business says, lastly, 512-bit bus for VRAM. What improvements do you expect that brings? Well, let's just see what it was before. So if I look at the 4090 and I say bit bus, yeah, let's see if anybody else actually wants to talk about it. Why should I care if the bit bus is 384? 256? Yes. Love going to Reddit for the real answers. Okay. £12GB using a completely different die than a 16GB. No one's talking about memory bandwidth. Ruckus is more the fact that generally cards with a 190-bit bus have been more mid to lower end, and paying $900 for a card that has the traits of a mid-range card is not a good sentiment for the consumer. That's a fair thing. But no one else is talking about bit buses. I would say more bit buses equals more better. More power, baby. Right? Can't we get a turbocharger yet? Can't I just fit like twin turbos and nitrous injection and just be done with it? Will it blow up? Will the pistons come out the sides? That's what I need to know. Independent benchmarks. A 4080 12GB isn't it? Yeah, that's pretty depressing actually to read that. 4080 12GB? Ouch. It should have been at least 16. Doesn't that mean that a lot of the chips failed? Because My classic understanding, and I might be out of date here because they do change all the time, the processes, right? But if you have a 24 gigabyte card, that's a 90 series. If some of the dies failed quality control, they burn them out to make sure that it's now a lower tier, so an 80 or a 70 or a 60. But if you could get 12 gigabytes in a 60 series, that's kind of harsh to call it an 80, because that means half of the memory, half of the chips in the die failed quality control. See, I've seen people online who, like, reactivate the chips, and they've managed to turn a 12 into a 16 and stuff like that. But if you ask me, that's just luck, because when they deactivate the die, if it might not actually have been deactivated. Do you see what I mean? It might have just been disconnected, and then it's possible to, like, reconnect it. But I with something that expensive, that's so sensitive, I wouldn't bother. It's a bit like using duct tape to put a glass sculpture back together. You can do it, but it's going to be a bit crap. I wouldn't do it. I don't know. I don't know. It depends what kind of person you are, really. But back to the original question, 512-bit bus is actually huge, because look, previous generations were like less than half. And the bus is all about, the bus does the business. So, more bus means more better. Wait, what? Sometimes other kids at the park have bigger toys than you. That's okay, because your toy might zoom faster or light up more. All toys are different, but the important thing is you enjoy playing with them. There we go. Best explanation right there. None of your business. PCIe Gen 4, even the lastest games can't come close to saturating the PCIe bus. I guess VO2 will run on 25090. Most MOBOs will switch the PCI slots from 16 to 8 when there are 2 GPUs. Yeah, that's true. That is true. This is why I only recommend running a single GPU these days. I would just get multiple computers. 4090 to 4080 isn't binning, I think. Binning is how they get different CPU core counts. Nvidia has a different GPU for 4090 and 4080. Okay, I stand corrected. Like I said, it's been a long time. I'm not gonna yeah. I appreciate that Nvidia is always changing their practices, so I'm not like, this is just my loose understanding from classic mentality. I wouldn't be surprised if that's no longer the case. Okay. Oh, let's see it then. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That is pretty slick for a 4x video upscale. So let's save it and see what its stats are. What is it actually, though? Come on then. Properties. 2816 by 1536. There it is. So now the real question is, can we, because listen, guys, what I'm going to do is tonight, I'm going to have it process that entire folder, I think. Unless we mix it up, because it's Hunyuan time. We're nearly ready. We're nearly there. See, I got to work in like this crazy circle. Do you know what I mean? So here we have Hunyuan. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come up with an eclectic music video prompt thing. All right. Now this is going to be quite complicated, but what I'm going to do, oh man, these things crack me up so bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the Hunyuan prompt gen, and we're going to have a little convo. But before I do that, I'm going to leave it on this upscaled video here. Now remember, that was only 1 second, And it took, look how long it took. Ooh, that's too crazy, dude. That's far too crazy. 1218 seconds? Is that the cost of doing HD? What the hell, man? That's so long. Hang on. That's hella long. Divide that by 60. 20 minutes? Oh! So it takes 2 minutes to generate the video and 20 minutes to upscale it to 4x. Ooh, that stings. That actually stings. Okay, let's just do some exploration stuff before I go crazy for the next however long, okay? So I'm going to copy that. And I'm just going to make a bin here real quick. So I'm just going to go temp input. Put that there. And then let's just take that folder, right? And let's find the tab where we do the glitching. That's the tab where we do the glitching. Okay, yeah, that's the latest one. So I've already explained how this works. I put that in there. I put it to fixed and I put it to 0. That will be the first video in the folder, right? So I just want to see what's the performance impact on glitching, not 94, just one please. What's the performance impact on glitching one video that is this big? Because it might not be able to do it. I've never glitched a video that large. I've always been practicing on little videos, okay? Oh shit. It's not going to be long enough, is it? It's only... Oh, crap. This is like expecting a 3-second long video. And that would take 20 minutes. That could take 40 minutes for 3 seconds. Yeah, it's just not... Do you know what I mean, guys? Like, when you're talking about upscaling video, if it's going to take 20 minutes to upscale 1 second... That's painful. Well, it can't do the glitching beyond here because there's no more time left. So I don't know how you're going to do that. It probably should just finish. Yeah, it's done its best. Okay, so it looks like the glitching does work. It makes you wonder, though, you know, if I'm just going to glitch it, who cares? Who cares? If I'm just going to glitch it, who cares? Nobody's going to care if I, you know. Okay, so let me just explain what I'm trying to do here. Oh, let's catch up on the chat here. None of your business. AD102 is 4090 and H100. AD202 is 4080. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. I've read the stats on the table they released. I think they're doing a similar thing with the 50 series as well. I remember reading about that. You are correct. So, the best upscale I can get is too slow. This is the problem that we're up against right now. Close that. Get back to where I was. So, out of all these upscale techniques, the best one turned out to be this one. But it was far too slow. Ah! I think I found out why. The tile sizes are wrong, aren't they? Let's go back. Yes, the tile sizes were wrong. Ha 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 ha. We found a way to improve it. Okay, that might not be so long then. Okay, we're going to try it one more time. And this time we're going to do the full 3 seconds. So 0 and 0. It's set up so that 0 means no limit. Or it should be. I think that's going to work. We've also got a LUT as well, so it's being color corrected too. Because that looks really good. I'm surprised how good it looks, actually. Like, you don't even care. Okay, right, and then I need to fix this. Oh, I fixed it already, so we'll get to see that as well. I might ditch this. 20 minutes! Alright. Right, so, give me a second. I just need to go and check the plumbing. I'll be right back. Yo. Excuse me. He's back. So then it's doing VAE encode tiled 38, 39, 40. So, okay, so it's got to encode all of the frames, then process all the frames, then decode all the frames, then color match all the frames, then apply color correction to with the LUT to all of the frames, and then you get your video. So yeah, that's why it takes so bloody long. Also, we're doing 4 steps, that is as quick as it gets. It doesn't get any quicker than that, ladies and gents. That's a point. Did I have it on 4? Or, no, I had it on 8, and I had it on 0.5, 0.05, 1.5. Okay, so I actually had it on 8 steps. Damn. So it's not actually got enough steps. Okay, well. Oh. Load checkpoint. I wonder why we're loading the checkpoint again. Maybe I've been into a different workflow. Okay, well, the first thing it did was it loaded all the frames, and it did all of that just fine. So flux animation upscaler lines will go to 80. And frame rate load limit 30 default. Upscaling 30 frames at a time. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, about that. I didn't do that. Let me guess. It just made a whole new workflow. Yep. Useless. It better not have reset it. I hate this. Sometimes this tab stuff gets in the way, man. Alright. So while it's doing this, let's work on this new prompt list. Because I got this idea swirling around in my head. I want to do... Okay, so we better just prime him here. So using the video prompt guidance established in the artifacts and by using the basing in the artifacts while respecting the defined Hunyuan video prompt examples, we need to generate 10 prompts. Generate 10 prompts per category in order to create a randomized list of typical music video scenes associated with electronic music. There should be categories for many topics and subjects such as nightlife, motion graphics, natural landscapes, and other appropriate categories. Categories. The aim is to create a list of varied prompts that span as many genre types as possible in order to create a montage type animated music video. We should start by curating a list which will be added to the project files named AMV categories .md. I will curate this list and we can use that to generate videos which will all be 3 seconds in length. Okay. Let's give it the content. Oh, okay. There's quite a few there, I've noticed. Alright. Download that, open it. Brackets. Okay, so what are we gonna keep? These are all good. These are all good. We don't care about those though. These are all good, but the volcanic activity is a bit lamer. Lol, it's lame. Volcanic activity? That's lame. Dance sequences. I think drunk people is probably better, but I don't think it can do that. See, the dancing is going to be like... I'm going to change it from dance to rave. Hand gestures, that should be fun. Cyberpunk cities, no. Robot interactions, no. Holograms, no. Labs, no. Space stations, no. Virtual reality we can keep. AI visualization, no. Tech manufacturing, no. No. Future transport, no. None of that matters. We'll keep virtual reality, but that's it. Modern interiors, abstract buildings, light installations. Light installations? What do you mean, like lamps in the ceiling? Mirror rooms, glass structures, underground tunnels, stadium architecture, art galleries, industrial spaces, geometric gardens. Yeah, that's a bit lame. No offense, it's not lame, I just mean for what I'm actually doing. Chemical reactions, cellular structures, yeah, and liquid dynamics, smoke patterns, liquid dynamic, that could be good. Metal surfaces, no. Fabric textures, no, no, no. Time-lapse clouds, rain effects, lightning storms. All that looks good. Yeah, that'll... Not that, though. Not that. No. Not even that. That could look good. Each scene should be 3 seconds. Transitions between categories. I mean, it doesn't need to know that, actually. Transitions should be... no, that doesn't matter either. Consider color palette consistency. No, I'll do that myself. Audio sync points should be planned. There is no audio. Multiple scenes from each category can be intercut throughout the video. Now I'll do that myself. Yeah, so the notes were useless. Alright. Save that. And go back to the artifacts. And go to my download section. Where's my download section? There it is. To the top. AMV categories. No. I just closed you. Right. Drop it in the knowledge. Okay. Back to the chat. So, if I say I have added AMV categories to the artifacts. Artifacts. Please confirm you can access the file. Oh, good, you can find it. Please. I've got a better idea. I got a way to make him go nuts. Hang on a sec. Let's see. Where's my files? No. Yes. Right. Let's use Ace Hollow V3. Now, this is for making prompts. Dynamic font. Yeah. We're going to use my special V3 variant, which I never get to use. But we're not going to put it into the artifacts. I'm just going to drop it in here. And I'll say, please take a look at the Ace Hollow FS V3 prompts bracket 1 file dot text file. It is a special version of my Ace Hollow FS system, specifically designed to aid with prompt generation. You should start using Ace for all cognitive processing from now on. You should make the Hollow FS system available and start using it for all prompt generation from this point on. Be sure to honor and observe the defined rules in the artifacts regarding prompt structure for Hunyuan video. confirm all of this is in place and ready for use, then we can move on to the next stage. Let me demonstrate the system interface. The system is now initialized. So we can do ACE-driven prompt generation, HoloFS storage and management, Hunyuan video prompt structuring, natural language integration. Ha, you fool. You're going to do all of them at once. So I'm going to say use ACE with the Hunyuan video prompt structuring. What's the word now? I've forgotten what the word is. Fill, permeate, provision. I can't think of the word. It's like use the HoloFS structure to keep notes before presenting the final prompts per category in groups of 10. 20. We'll make a big prompt list. Keep notes and iterate. Okay. I think we're nearly there. Whoa, look at it go. Oh, look at it go. It's always great to see it. Okay, so before we could proceed, the prompt structure follows Hunyuan guidelines. ACE tracking metrics are properly measuring quality. HoloFS system is correctly storing the iterations. Okay, 1, correct. 2, correct. 3, correct. However, output the final video prompts as a complete and single file in doctext format. No empty lines. Each prompt should be a single line. Okay. You should know that already. Urban nightlife. Okay, off it goes. Okay. And then we'll tell him to proceed through every single category until I run out of tokens, I guess. Oh, looks like he's... Wait, what? Where were the empty lines? I don't see any empty lines here. What are you talking about? What did it just do? Okay, whatever. Would you like me to go again? Oh, okay, so... Okay, so it reprocessed everything. Okay. So... Each time you generate a new list of prompts, you must do this while paying attention to both the examples, the directives, the restrictions. I say both. The examples, the directives, the directives. And each of the prompt lists you have just created. Iterate through each category as you proceed. Quick, copy it. Or in fact, download it. And then open it. And then I'm just going to slam them all together, guys. I'm just going to slam them all into one file. Copy that. Next. Proceed. What's it say? Proceed to natural landscapes. So my plan here, guys, is basically to use Ace Hollow FS in prompt generation mode with my Hunyuan video prompt agent. So I've kind of like stuck a turbocharger on it, right? And so now what it's going to do is it's going to iterate through all of the generated categories that I've come up with. And then tonight I'm going to leave my computer on all night. And all night long. And then what's going to happen is tomorrow I'm going to have a buttload of images which I will then leave on upscale all night, right? And then hopefully some of them will have actually finished because, man, it's still going. Or is it? Yeah, it is. It's still going. That's weird. It's using FFmpeg. Okay, well, anyway. So, this is nowhere near finished. I don't think. So we're just going to keep going. Right. Medium shot waterfalls. Medium shot waterfalls. Okay, cool. So we're up to date. Proceed. So anyway, like I said, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build a master prompt list for generating music video style montage clips. And then my plan is I will leave it on all night, generate loads of video. I'll sit there for an hour with a coffee and I'll delete all the bad ones. And then I'll probably end up with about 200 or 300 videos that are good from all different types of things, yeah? And then I'll use the Shuffle Video Studio to randomize them and put them to music. That's the plan. It would be nice if I could upscale them first, but as you can see, when it takes 20 minutes to do one 1 second clip, it might not be practical to do a good quality upscale. It might be that I have to use... This is why I went through all these different techniques with you guys tonight, because it's sort of like, that's the best one, but it takes 20 minutes to upscale 1 second of video. That's just that is just completely in a different universe of, you can't use it. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter if it's really good. You can't use it. So that means I'll have to do a trade-off, right? Now it might be that this one, which is nowhere near as good, look at it. It's nowhere near as good. It might be that this one is actually the next best in terms of speed. But the best one in terms of speed is always just going to be this, where we've just upscaled it. We just upscaled it. No messing about, just, you know, here, model, take it, do it. That's going to be the quickest one, because it's not doing any of this business. It's not doing any of this business. You know, it doesn't even load, it doesn't even use a flux model, right? Clearly it's not SDXL, it's not Superior anymore. He's not the man for what we're trying to do here. But I do think that there might be, like, this is why I wanted to look at both of these, because this is pretty slow. This is pretty slow. To be honest, this is pretty slow too. Although I know that it's because it's actually doing that to every frame. And it's doing it in tiles as well. More tiles takes longer, but it's less memory. It's tough. Oh, hello. Loaded completely. Does it need? What does that mean? Are we on? Oh, we're decoding, guys. Holy shit. Okay. Chef cooking. Medium shot. Waterfalls. Okay, let's just copy this one in here. And proceed. I could have sworn we already did human elements. No, we did urban nightlife. Okay. So, maintaining consistency with previous categories, integrating human interaction with both natural and technological elements. Okay. Balancing intimate and large-scale scenes, preserving technical specifications and shot types, keeping the established single-line format. And then we're going to do motion graphics. What? That's not motion graphics. What? I said it's doing technology. Okay, proceed. And like I said, it's quite high level what it's doing here, but we're letting it do the heavy lifting and I'm not letting it take any shortcuts. Essentially what I like to do is nail an LLM to the wall and then just lightly braise it with fire until it gives me the answers I want. And like I said, if you read this, you'll see what I'm talking about. So we don't need to worry about the file system commands, just look for file system rules even. It's this section really. So first we do priming, then we do comprehension tracking, yeah? And then we do context clarification, then we expand elicitation, and then finally we do recursive ascension. These are the jewels, basically, which I spent years working on this. No joke. And this is basically the pinnacle right now until I sit down and decide to try and make it better. But if I'm being real, this is a distilled prompt that the LLM understands. It's written in a language that the LLM likes to read, if that makes sense. It's kind of like, imagine if it was a cookie monster. This is a cookie. You know what I mean? It's not really meant for humans to read it. It's just no, like, I actually had a version of this that was written in a way which was almost impossible. You'd read it and go, what the hell is it trying to say? And the LLM was like, oh yeah, you know, oh yeah, I get that. So that's a thing. LLMs kind of have their own distilled language that they understand. Oh, we're up to apply image LUT. This is good. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this video. I'm going to save this video as the full length video and I'm going to replace it and do the glitch again. I just want to see it actually do the process on the data moshed video. That's the whole thing. Hell yeah. I love the flying skylines. Whoop. It's like GTA physics. I love it. Okay. Get rid of that now. Medium shot. Space-time architecture. That sounds a little bit heavy, man. It's not what the last one is, so that's a copy. And now we will proceed. Microscopic and macro category, using ACE to bridge between architectural scale and microscopic detail. Damn. Now a lot of this stuff isn't going to make any sense because it's like asking for random, you know what I mean? Like, what does Hunyuan understand what the microplasma discharge is? I don't know, but I guess I'll find out, won't I? And the idea is I'm going to make such a big, I call it eclectic prompt list with so many different things in it that when I leave it on random mode, it's just going to make loads of videos, one every minute or two. And then I'll just leave that on all night, so it'll be like, I don't know, 400 or 500 videos probably. Yeah, like the hardest part is watching through it and deleting the ones that are crap. That's all. That's the hardest part out of the whole thing. And it might be that some of these prompt lists are like weak, but I'm just going to put them all in one list and just let Jesus take the wheel. Look, uh-oh. So how far have we got to go? How far have we got to go? AMV categories, where are we in the list? Human, technology, architectural, microscopic, time and weather. That's the last one. There we go. Copy contents. Do that. So, urban nightlife. Oh, how are we doing here? Have we finished? No, we're still applying LUTs to all. See, 73 frames of color correction. Takes forever. I'm hoping that Comfy UI manages to optimize. One day, that'd be nice. I'm not sure if they will. But it does seem like, because we're doing a lot of video these days, it might be a good idea. Okay. So now what we're going to do is save this as Eclectic AMV. Where did it save that? Just out of interest. In downloads. That's okay. Alright, so now we'll start a new chat. And I'll say analyze, analyze, I don't know. Analyze this prompt list and identify potentially rule-breaking prompts. The rules are defined in the artifacts. He's been like, you didn't even give me a thing. It's analyzing stuff. Uh-oh. Wait, stop. No, wait, stop, no. I never attached the prompt list. I'm just going to see what he says. oh, sorry. I was analyzing the prompt examples. And I'll say, okay, are all correct and issued by the author of the Hunyuan video generation model. I can spell. Okay. Here is the prompt list for consideration. How about that? Because I can't spell analysis. There you go. Ah, Melting Province, welcome, and thank you very much. Happy New Year to you too. Start as we mean to go on, that's how I see it. So this appears to be a categorized list of scene types. According to the guidelines, each prompt needs shot type specification, core elements, technical parameters, 1 to 2. Let me take a few examples from different categories and show how they need to be expanded. Okay, I'm going to say, please process. What? I can't. Oh no! I think the video's ready. Help! Help! Oh! Help! I'm dying. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Instant regret for all of my decisions. Yeah, it's. I think the big video upscale is nearly finished because my computer's totally chugging right now. Spacebar. Oh dear. Looks like I just have to wait. Yeah, spacebar still hasn't done anything yet, but... Oh, my mouse turned into a crosshair. What does it mean? Whoa! Whoa! It's chugging. Whoa! It's chugging hard. Oh my god. What's happening? And this is why I have a second computer capturing the first, because it would have kicked me off. It would have kicked me off YouTube by now for chugging so hard. Look at the frame rate. Oh my. Can I even move my mouse? Nope. Oh no! Could not get the GPU temperature. That's scary, that is. Crystal's error, could not get GPU temperature. Turning off this feature. Operating system has blocked the request. I think we're in. Ah, it was doing the anti-flicker experiment. Right. We need to know if this works. Ooh. It's not better. It looks terrible. That looks good. That looks bad. It kind of looks more real, though. It kind of looks... That's weird, isn't it? It's like as it goes off the edge of the screen, it seems to vibrate. Like... Image on the left is way better, though. See, like I said, this is a cheap anti-flicker technique. So I just wanted to experiment and see if it works. Turns out, no, it doesn't work. But it was worth checking out. And in case you're interested, it's just a case of blending the image with an offset of itself. So we're doing one frame goes back. So we're blending every frame with the frame that came before it. That's all we're doing. It's not crazy anti-flicker. So I'm just going to delete that because it's not really very good. And it just caused mad CPU slowdown. Like the rest of it wasn't too bad. I didn't even notice. So yeah, we got rid of that. Take away the experimental basic anti-flicker because it's like, don't do that. And also consider doing 30 frames at a time because you can always just put them back together again. It's not the end of the universe. But yeah, we're going to do 85 for that. Save that. We're going to make a whole new tab again because it just loves making new tabs. So this is the output. So I'm going to save that and go over to my downloads, refresh it, and let's see, copy that and go into the folder. No, not that one. Temp input. Okay. And I'm going to get rid of the first one. It's not that different in terms of size. Okay, and then hopefully if I hit R, it should update. It should just be the same thing. So let's go again. So just in case anybody was interested, what it's going to do is it's going to do size range on the first 5 frames, reorder them in reverse by the size, the physical data size of the frame. Then it's going to do delta repeat, which is a data moshing effect, from 0 to 10 frames. So that means the first 5 frames that were reorganized and then the next 5 frames. It's then going to put them back in place. What else is it going to do? And then we're going to do 5 frames 5 to 20 iframe removal. Okay, but then actually only 5 to 15 and then put them back together again. And then we're going to steal the next between 30 and 45 frames. We're going to do pixel sort on hue with the direction going to the right, and then put them back in. And then we're going to do another batch thief, this time on luminance going upwards and that's going to be on frames 55 to 73, and then finally we're going to do glide on 68 to 73, so like the last 5 frames, and then that completes the sequence, and then you end up with something a little bit like this, although it's still cooking, so it'll get there. I want to see it do it with the full-sized image, you know. Up until now, I've just been doing it with small images. Obviously, the bigger the image, the longer it takes. So I'm trying to test it. Ooh boy! Wait for it. There's the video. In we go, and oh. Okay, so the luminance going up seems a little short, and maybe the pixel sorting to the right is a little bit strong. I'm not sure. Luminance going up doesn't seem like it's getting much, so maybe I'll make that more power to the luminance. And that's 45, so I could do an extra 5 frames, maybe. Let's try that. The heck? Okay. Meanwhile, I want to add the downloads, eclectic AMV. Oi! There, I want to put that in there as well. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, that's, oh my god. The clickbait, I can't remember, I completely forgotten about it. See, if I don't do it, it's because I forgot about it, okay? Alright. So what do we got here? We got eclectic AMV. Okay, I have added... Wait, hang on a minute. I've already got this one here. Yeah. Please process... Process? Okay. Guidance equals Hunyuan video prompt examples. Rules equals, what is it, prompt system or something? Video prompt guidance. Yes. Video prompt guidance. And then AMV categories. Okay. Categories equals AMV categories. And then prompt list to be checked and processed into a version 2 refined prompt list, version 2 refined video prompt list, and then that is going to be eclectic AMV. Okay. Because I don't want to pay for stock video, alright? I'm not paying for stock video, alright? Okay. And then attached, use ACE Hollow FS for all cognitive processing and organization / storage of pre-processing and pre-refined outputs. And then I get my I get my ace hollow again. Okay. Confirm ace is ready and in use. Confirm hollow FS is available and loaded. Then we can proceed with task. Go. Off you go. Boom. Look at that. Look at that anal cyst, right? Look at that. I want to expand that. Look at that. See, this is the magic that it doesn't show you. Check that out. Initializing virtual file system structure. It's making a directory for every stage of the ACE system. Adaptive capacity elicitation. That's what it is. And then it's going to make data, source, processed, refined. So it actually does what it's supposed to do. And then we have a bunch of tracking factors: relevance, coherency, reasoning, novelty, and natural language. So that's ready. So ACE ready, hollow ready, working directories created, and you can check it is as well, because if we type ls, it should give me the folder structure. I love how it's just hiding it now. But yeah. This must be a new update. So, directories, ACE, and data. ACE contains priming, tracking, clarification, elicitation, recursion. Data contains source, process, refine. So, it's not giving us the answers anymore. It's giving us the result after having done a bunch of processing. I don't think I'm doing 1,000 iterations on every task, but it's a lot, all right? It's a lot. It's going to iterate the recursion loop at the end. It's going to recursively iterate on itself. So it's sort of like if I asked you why 5 times. So every time you answered me, I just said why. Annoying, but we'll get to the bottom of the data, if you see what I'm saying, right? It's a lovely little trick that I invented with Cox Recursor. That's right, the triangle guy. K-O-C-H. He's a big mathematician. Fractals. I love the fractals. Anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to do it now. So, ensure in reprocess and fix all the prompts in all the video prompts in the eclectic AMV list 20 at a time in each response. Observe the rules. Here we go. I want to see what it's doing. What? What do you mean FS is not defined? That's not good. But I think it'll work anyway. Okay. Compliant, no changes needed. Compliant, no changes needed. Oh shit, so actually I didn't need to even change most of them. They're all fine. They're all compliant. Huh. Change of plans. Only show me the prompts that are non-compliant. I got a funny feeling that I didn't need to do this. I think that he aced it. Ha! It does happen. Look at that code. I gotta wait for him to finish so I can open it back up again. Look at that code right there. Constant, check compliance, prompt, constant rules. Sorry, I keep saying constant, but has shot, wide shot, medium thing. Has lighting, has environment, true. Has technical, proper length, missing, and then so it give me a report. scanning prompts. I found that remarkably, all prompts are actually compliant. Come on, man. If this isn't evidence that Ace is working great, I don't know what is. There's... How many prompts were there here? There's 152 lines. So we've got 152 prompts, and he's playing exactly by the rules. I don't need to change any of them. I thought I'd have to, like, do it and then process it into a V2. Turns out, Ace Hollow prompts just slammed it, mate. Straight out the gate with a winner. Okay, well, I mean, look, I can't really argue with that. So in that case, what we're going to do is we're going to go and throw it into Comfy UI. We're going to go back. We're going to go into custom nodes. We're going to go into DJZ nodes, which is where my prompt list thing is. And we're just going to chuck it in here. So eclectic AMV. Take a copy of that. That's the wrong folder. What I wanted to do was put it in this folder. There we go. I'm going to kill it now because there's too many windows open everywhere. Okay, cool. What the heck? What? What's going on? That's not where we are right now. This is not where we are right now. It's lying. I hate Windows. This is not the address. This isn't where we are. I hate this. Windows pisses me off sometimes, right? It's claiming that I'm in my NAS right now, which is empty, and it's showing me the contents of a completely different folder. That's it. I've had to get rid of it. Useless garbage. What am I supposed to do to get a computer that actually doesn't lie? Ridiculous. It's not even using AI yet. Everyone goes on about, oh, AI is going to make computers that lie. They lie already. So annoying. See, now I can't even find that. See, where is it? Where is it? It's not even there. It's not even in the list. Oh, man. Sometimes I don't know what to do. See, where is it? It's not even in that list. There it is. That's what it was looking at. TNAS. But there's nothing in there yet. Because I haven't put anything in there yet. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, that annoyed the crap out of me. Just random lies. Okay, so anyway, like I said, we've got that in place now, so we can move on. It's kind of ironic, though, that I would spend that long to upscale a video only to then scuff the hell out of it. But that's the process. What am I supposed to do? So it took 2,156 seconds to create the video, and it nearly melted my GPU. That's not good. Now, we could bring that time down considerably by only doing a 2x. Yes. So let's say, but it's using a 4x model. I could use Futsu Anime Compact on a 2x. Let's try that. See how that looks. It might be quicker as well. Okay. Meanwhile, we go to Hunyuan and we hit R. And then what we do is we look for my eclectic... crap, where is it? There it is, eclectic AMV. Right, cool. Now, here's the point where I didn't really want to be tied to the upscaler. I think it's already done it, though. Yeah, it's already done it. Well, I can always just kill this if I need to. Alright, so let's just close that. Yeah, I don't care. Goodbye. Okay. So that would be... So if I do 384 times 2, 768. Okay. And then 704 times 2, 1408. Divide by 64. Okay, that can work. Should work. At least on the width it should work. 768 I know is safe. So that's a result. That's good. Okay. I really don't know why it's deciding to take forever to load the dual clip, but I guess that's just, you know, that's just my life. That's what I get. One vision. Fried chicken. So, yeah, we've already done that. We've already done all these. So I guess while it's upscaling, I will put together the upscaling nodes which we've been messing around with today. So where is the upscaling nodes? Just upscaling things. Should be in here somewhere. There we go, just upscaling things pack. So as is tradition, what I tend to do is delete anything which has got the same number but has, sorry, a lower number with the same name. So there we go. And then we will open it as a new window and take it to the top. And let's see, that one there is definitely JUT compare. Triple JUT video compare. I get the feeling like that was already JUT video. Hang on, let me just check. That's already video. Yeah, I don't need to do video compare because I got image there as well, and you can just hook them up. Yeah, it's fine. Even though I probably should have changed it so that it goes up there. Yeah, let's do some just minor housekeeping stuff. So that is the original image. So if we take that to there and then take this to here, and then we do the same thing for all of these. And then that way you can just, if you disable this, you can enable this and hook it up to these. So what's the other one? Wait a minute. That's just the compare, so I don't need this either. I just hook these into that too. Right, okay, kill that. Go like that. Just hook it into all of them. Just cleaning it up a bit so it's easier to use. Oh yeah, that's fun. Yeah, put that in there. And when I'm done, it should be that there's only, go in here, like that. Okay, oh, we've missed a few. Ah, we missed the compares. Right. Compare A. Compare A. And then there we go, compare A. There. Right, now it's just one reroute and you can send it from either the video output or the image outputs. I think that one's worth having. I think that's a worth doing. It also means I can put that one in the main route and put the rest in research, which sometimes people appreciate, sometimes I don't know. So we'll get that up, we'll get this up, and then we'll take these and just go live research, because you beautiful people all watched me do it. And then we'll just delete that one and take the ultimate besto. Like that. There we go. Just jut compare upscalers V60, and it will do. It won't do video upscaling, it'll do still from a video, which essentially is how you test which one you want to use. Because if it takes, you know what I mean, if it takes too long, it's up to you really, because it's a subjective choice, you know. So I'm not going to be like, this is the best one ever. None of your business is back. You were 100% correct. There was metadata or something in my image. Opening and save it with paint fixed it. Claps. Excellent, guy. Excellent. Well done, mate. Yeah, listen, like I said, I don't like to speculate, but it's probably DRM. in freaking, what was it? Microsoft Windows snippet tool. Hey, you better not be doing copyright shiz with our snippet tool. Fixed it with paint, mate. It's funny. I love it. Well done, mate. Congrats. Love to hear when people get things solved. So, just upscaling things pack is done. Let's put it into the main master pack, huh? Just upscaling things, and we'll expand that as we find other ways of doing it. But what I would say is the main is this one. Jut compare upscalers. It's one of them things, you know. There will be videos on all of this stuff. I'm finding it way more convenient at the moment to just live stream as much as possible, and then the videos will come later, because it's sort of like, I don't know. Sometimes it feels like I can only actually produce 1 to 4 videos a day, and then it's sort of like a bit of a mess. So I'd rather do it live and then take the best bits and put videos out like that. I'd rather do it the other way around. So that's why I've invested so much in streaming. And like I said, I used to do this on the gaming tip a long time ago in another life not so distant. So this is actually way more convenient for me. It's just a question of finding the timing. So I've just been doing it every day mostly. Like I said, we were doing like an extravaganza over the final end of the year, and the new stuff just doesn't seem to stop. There's no abating. Okay, so here we are. So how are we doing? Wait, don't tell me it's finished already. Ain't no way. Whoa, it did it in 500 seconds this time. That's huge. Hang on. Oh, but it's temporarily unstable. Look at it. Ah, nuts. You can see it flickering. Damn. See, it didn't flicker like that on the other one. See, it used to be that you could choose how much you upscale using model by. Upscale by factor. Upscale by factor. Ah, that's a latent upscaling. Ah, there's something we still haven't done. We haven't done latent upscaling yet. Okay, let's type upscale. Load upscale model, upscale model loader, upscale image using model, but then there's no amount there. Upscale image by, scale by. This one has upscale model and upscale by with tiling and everything, but it wasn't as good. Ultimate SD upscale, no upscale. I bet that works well with Flux. Superior, iterative. Ah, here we go. CR multi-upscale stack. upscale stack, super sample, and it's got an upscale model on it, and it has a rescale factor on it. I wonder if we end up doing a completely different upscale stack, right? And then say we want to use ultra sharp, but only on 2x, yeah? And then apply, and it's only on 2x, so then we turn that off, off. So we've just got one upscale, and then Lanxos, rounding modulus, yeah, that all looks good. So if I now go from the batch to this, and then from this to this, and then just get rid of that for a second. So could this be the hybrid method we've been looking for? Because I could even add more of them in here, you see what I mean? Like I could do foolhardy at the same time. I don't think that's a good idea. But if it beats 500 seconds, that's all that we're doing right now. Can it beat 500 seconds? Let's go. Because the thing is, all I have to do is put this to iterative, right? Increment, and then I can have this just upscale all my videos overnight, you know? But I'm not going to upscale these videos. I'm just using them to judge quality. Oh, what's this? Chain of models is deprecated, has been replaced by the Spandrel library. Applying 4x ultra sharp and rescaling by the factor 2.0. That doesn't look good. That doesn't look good. It's been replaced by Spandrel library. What's the Spandrel library? Comfy UI. Chainer.org/Spandrel. It's a library for loading and running pre-trained PyTorch models. It automatically detects the model architecture and hyperparameters. Huh. Easily try out different models with Spandrel. 6 months ago. No model found named Spandrel. You need to install Spandrel. You need to do pip install Spandrel. So what, do I not have Spandrel? I just thought of an idea. Damn, it's another idea. Right, get rid of this, start this. So, I have a batch file that I use to manage my pip modules inside an embedded Python environment. What did I spell wrong there? Environment, right. I can spell environment. I have a batch file that I use to manage my pip modules inside an embedded Python environment. I would like to add a fourth option to this batch file, which is check version. it should ask the user to, or I say when selected. When selected, it should ask the user, oh Christ. It should ask the user to enter the name of the pip module / library, and it will return the version number. If the module is not found, it will say not present. Check the name. Okay, and then I just need to find that file. I really need to put this file out. Where is it? I keep forgetting to upload it because it's just one batch file. It feels like... But then again, I suppose I could put all of them together into a single collection, because I got a bunch of these things now. Where is it? No. I feel like we're getting close. There he is. Pitman. I'm checking your pips. I'll help you add a fourth version to check the version of a pip package. I'll create an updated version with the new functionality. Ah, thanks, Claude. What a diamond. See, I can't be bothered to type that. I'm going to get arthritis with all this typing. Alrighty. Copy that. Oi. I'm going to say copy paste. And I'll say Pitman v2. Pitman v2 is real. Okay, Python path, right? We're going to do that in a minute. Actually, close that. I want to edit this, of course. I haven't even edited it yet. Edit in Notepad. And paste. Paste. Oh. Copy. Paste. There we go. Close that. And then we'll go for Pitman v2. Where is he? Oi. There he is. Pitman v2. Open it up. And then I want to get the comfy. Go in there. And there's python.exe. So I'll grab that, put that, and then I have to, oh yeah, I forgot. It should add the Python. It's not, he does say type in python.exe. He does say that. Okay, so I'll say 4. And then what was it called? Spandrel. It's not present. Check the name. Huh. I don't even have Spandrel. Huh. Okay, well, it's good to know. See that? All of that to find out if there was a pip package. Yeah, but it'll save me time next time. There's something else I want to do with that app, you know. I want it to create a temporary file. Yes. Okay. Is it possible to create a cookie-like file that this script can save my path to python.exe. Perhaps we can add a fifth option to change the what was it? What the hell's going on with all this? Perhaps we can add a fifth option to change the path, but after the first run, this file is created and used to reference the path to Python. This way, it is only required, required to be input once and then loaded from the file should it exist. Yes, Pitman upgrades. Config file. Sounds good to me. Change Python path. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Copy that. Let's just edit the V2 version. Alright, let's see if it works. Uh-oh! That didn't work. What did you break? Right, that means we're going to have to open in terminal and we're going to have to type Pitman V2 and see why the hell it doesn't work. Here, let him fix it. Let him fix it. We received the following output and Pitman does not run. Special characters. Yeah, we're on Windows. Colon does not work. Excuse me? Your colon does not work. Right. Now try it. Nope, still doesn't work, huh? 576 seconds, so it's a bit slower. So the results are in. Was unexpected at this time. Man, did it even save anything? Yeah, let's use a simpler version. Good idea. Good idea, mate. Copy the exact content. Create a new empty text file. All right, geez. So I got to make. You mean Pitman V3? Holy shit. We're moving up in the world. Pitman V3. Back. Yes. Windows is thinking about it. It's still thinking about it. In fact, I just ended the universe by creating Pitman V3. Come on, mate. Oh my. Anyone else want to crash? Get in on the action? Let's make one of these and see what we get. So how are we doing, Windows? Are we having fun making an empty batch file? I'm not running it or anything, no tricks. Electrolab, try always save PNG if using the snipping tool. The metadata it saves isn't scary. Saving as JPEG, it may include your username. Metadata is very basic. Format, dimensions, time. Yeah, but the problem is, Electrolab, it wouldn't if you this goes back a couple of hours in the stream. One of his files wouldn't work. You see what I'm trying to say? He was trying to do something in Comfy with it, and that one file wouldn't go into, I think Florence wasn't able to read the file, and then as soon as he put it in Paint and just saved it, which obviously clears any metadata, boom, it works. So that was what it was, just for the context. But you're not wrong, and I'm certainly not arguing with you. Look at this! I've broken it! All I did was make a bat file. What the hell? How about we just close that then? Oh, Windows just crashed. And it's back. That's fun. So, do you reckon it actually made the file? No? Look at that! It didn't name it! Sometimes I don't even know why Bill Gates sold Microsoft. I just probably got something to do with what just happened there. Oh, it works this time. That's nice. Okay, so edit in Notepad, because it's just empty. There we go. Okay, so let's see. Can we use Pitman v3? No saved Python path. Yep, good. Enter full path to Python. Yep. This is what I like to see. It's actually working. So no, we're not going in there. We're going into 10. Going in here, going in here, going in here. And this is where it is. So we're going to... there, and then slash python.exe. And there we go, we're in. So if I now say check and then I say torch, that should be easy. If it can't figure it out, there's something else wrong. Good, there we go. Good. That's all I wanted to see. So you can update pip, you can remove a package by name, you can install a package by name, you can check the version of a package you already have, and most importantly, you can change the path. But now, if I close this and run it again, in theory, it should just go straight to the menu. So where's the file? pythonpath.cfg. Good. Open it up. There we go. You don't need to put it in anymore. Woo! How about I pick Control-C? I picked exit. There probably should be a way to gracefully exit, but this is good enough for now. So what I'll do is I will make a new repo. I'll probably say embedded. What the hell would you call it? Embedded Python tools? I don't even know what to call it, guys. This is why I used to bundle this stuff with my DJZ nodes, because it's like, is it really worth its own? It's not really its own project. Like, I could put it into DJZ nodes because I already have install portable, which is like what it's based on, and pip update portable. That's what this is all based on. I think what I'll do is I'll put Pitman in my DJZ nodes because it is meant for use with Comfy UI. You know, I'm not trying to get ahead of myself. So yeah, instead of that, maybe another day we'll give it its own thing. But for now, whoa, cancel. Let me up. Just let me put one file in. Just one file. So we'll put that in there. Come in. There we go. So you run it. You give it the path. Let's have a look at this. It should just be a path. Let's see what it did. What's going on now? Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, it's just the path. Good. See, if I was super smart, I would have said, and save preset locations for your Python, and you can just swap between them. You know. All right. So, considering it takes 186 seconds to generate a video, I think that 576 seconds to upscale it isn't bad. That's not bad. And also, if you think, right, it was over 2,000 seconds for 4x, but 576 for 2x. So that tells me, you know, yeah, anyway, that tells me that we're, it's a good trade-off. So let's just see what it looks like. You can see it flickering a bit. You can see it. You can see it flickering. I don't know, guys. I think that basically that is as good as it's going to get for 500 seconds. I mean, look, it's not fast, all right? It's not fast. But it certainly looks a lot better because, like I said, if I was over here, and I was looking, this is, yeah, can you still see these? Yeah. So this is the output from the video with Hunyuan, and then that is upscaled with a base model, okay? Just an upscaling model, okay? So as you can see right here, the difference is night and day when you actually use an upscaling model, okay? It is night and day. But the problem is sometimes it goes a little bit overboard with the background, and that's going to make it harder to match. So we tried it with Ultimate SD Upscale, and again, this is on the same model, same resolution. And remember, that's a wing mirror there. That's actually a wing mirror, okay, just in case it looks a bit weird. So again, using Super Upscaler, or what's it called, Ultimate Upscaler, and then using the Iterative Upscaler in the Impact Pack. So as you can see, it's doing a great job of upscaling the car, but we're getting some weird artifacts. So then we went to my boosted upscaler, which just uses flux on Lanxos. And again, this is good, but it hasn't really cleaned it up. If you look at the thing, it's preserved the original detail. Look, see what I mean? It's almost like you didn't upscale it, but it is upscaling. If I do it quickly, you can see it is upscaling. It's just very difficult. You know what I mean? It's not doing a lot, basically. It's very subtle. So then what we did was we just swapped in the upscale model instead of Lanxos, and we got this, which looks amazing. This was the best one. The problem is it takes, for 3 seconds of video, 73 frames, it's taking like, what, 20 minutes? Which is just ridiculous. It's too slow. It's too slow. So this is the best one, but it's way too slow. So then obviously I had to get the old Supia out and see how Supia does, but unfortunately Supia makes everything look like watercolor realism, which isn't bad, but it is bad because when you try to do video, the amount of flickering is going to be insane, okay? And so then what we did was we decided to go and put that into video, and I must apologize, I didn't actually explain to you what's the difference, okay? There's one major difference with this workflow and the last one that we were looking at. You see here, image batch to image list, and here as well, image batch to image list, okay? And then way up this end, so what I've done is I've wrapped the image, wrapped the sequence. So when you have a sequence of images, a batch is what they call a batch sequence, yeah? The batch sequence is going to come in here using the exact height and width that it came with, okay? And when you, just before you actually start doing anything, so here is the heart of the upscaler, right? There's the cut, the K sampler and all the rest. What you've got here is you've got batch to list, okay? So we're converting batch to list, and then we process the entire video, and then at the end when we finished, so after the VAE decoder, after the color match, after the color correction LUT, we do image list to batch, and then that will allow us to do the video combine back into a video again. All right, so that's the major, like the way that you turn any upscaling workflow for a still into a video upscaling workflow is this. And then you've just got to be careful not to pass too many frames, because I've noticed that 150 frames seems to be a good maximum. If you've got more than 150 frames, it might go bang. Like, I've managed to do 300 frames in the past, but again, it depends how big they are, right? And so obviously these are 704 by 384, okay? And what we were doing is we were doing 4x, which was taking it up to 2116 by 1536. Now that is way over full HD, way over full HD, okay? So what you want to aim for is somewhere in between. So what I've done is I've aimed for 1408 by 768, and then I'd probably use a simple upscaler to get it up to the 1920. So that means when you get into your video editor, just hitting scale and pushing it up a bit. Because if you're at 1408, it's not that far to stretch it to 1920. Now, this might sound like heresy when we've just said, well, we can actually go, 3K by 1500, but it takes 20 minutes for 1 second. That's outside the realms of practicality, like, unless you're like getting paid a lot of money to make an ad or something for a TV show, unless you do, fair enough, knock yourselves out. But if you're just doing this to learn, it's like 20 minutes for 1 second. That's like old school video generation speed. So, like I said, we can generate 3 seconds in 186. So 576 to make it to go 2x is reasonable. Yeah, I think is reasonable. 2000 is that's a little bit too much, right? That's too much. Now, obviously, there's lots of different ways you can get there. This is just one way to get there. I'm sure there are other upscaling methods as well. And like I said, we're not using foolhardy here. We're only using ultra sharp on 2x. So this is what we've ended up going with. Yeah. I know it's a bit of a weird setup, okay? I know it's a bit of a weird setup. But it seems to be the best way to do it right here. So I'll probably put this up as a new version. Alright, because it seems to be a nice trade-off. See the flickering? If I go into the thing, where is it? It's not that one. I bet there's no preview. Is there? Yeah, there's no preview. Right, let's get a preview node here. And when I say preview node, I mean just another one of these. So there's a base. And we'll take that off. And we'll go input to file name, and then we're not going to save it. There we go. So now I've got a preview basically, okay? So this is just the video that's been loaded, right? So no glitching. Wait for it. There we go. So it's going to literally just bake the video for me. Okay. So that's what it looks like in the 2800, and you can see the flickering is reduced because it's so much bigger. You see this? The flickering is reduced by nature of the fact that it's a much bigger video. Yeah? So this is the sort of thing you've got to deal with, right? It's almost like it wants to be bigger. Like to get good, it wants to be bigger. It's kind of strange. But you get better generations by upscaling them. It's so strange. So anyway, this is the whole point of the Just Upscaling Things pack, was to find a candidate for the fastest versus the most quality for like a video upscaling project. Because obviously there's so many ways. And to be honest, I haven't even looked at latent upscaling or anything like that yet, okay? So starting DJZ mode. Oh, it's doing luminance pixel sorting right now. Yeah, it's here. Okay. So, like I said, this looks amazing, but it took 20 minutes to make it. And so unless I was going to take like the absolute best of the best, right? I'm not going to go that far because it's going to take too long. What's that? 200? Here, let's just figure it out. And again, I don't do math. All right. What do we got here? Oh yeah, we finished this one, so we can do another chat, right? So I'll say 200 videos will take 20 minutes to upscale each video, which is only 1 second long. Please tell me how long to render every video plus total runtime of all clips once finished. Probably takes longer to type that in than just to do it in your head, but I enjoy using AI. So it's going to take 2.78 days and you'll only have 3 minutes of video footage. Yeah, that's not really worth my time. Like, I got other things to cover, yeah? But like I said, I can show it in principle, yeah? So, okay, I have refined my process, and now... Oh! Bloody hell. Someone's walking on my grave. I can now upscale 3 seconds of video in 500 seconds. Please update the calculations. I should probably just start talking to the guy. Okay, so it's going to take 9 hours, not 66. You see the diminishing returns? So 66 hours for 3 minutes. Or, hang on a minute. Wait a minute, that's not right. It'll be 9 minutes of video. You made a mistake. It's 9 minutes of video if the length of the clips is now 3 seconds, not 1. Ah, you're right. I love the gaslighting. The gaslighting is insane. Hang on a minute. Have you just totally changed the number of... Wait a minute. He's completely missed this up. Oh, hang on. Was good advice and worked. There is a ControlNet model called Flux One Dev ControlNet Upscaler. Works with Union ControlNet. I use it with 2 samplers and 2 steps each, and I do not scale up the pixels. Well, you want to leave them pixels alone. What did they do to you? But no, that's a great point. I need to actually include that in this PAX research. So, Upscaler. I think I did mess with that a while ago, and then I forgot about it. So thank you for reminding me. ControlNet Union. And this would be for JUT. Flux Upscaler. Interesting. He's still messing up the math. Please check your math. 200 videos, 3 seconds long each. 500, was it 500? I think it was about 500 seconds to upscale 2x. Okay, so now he says it's going to take 27 hours to get 10 minutes. Okay, alright. The previous calculation was 200 clips. And by the way, the reason it's 200 clips even though I can make 400 is I'm assuming a 50% rejection rate. So that means a lot of mutated beasties, yeah, that don't look like anything, right? 1 second long each. 2,000 seconds. 2,000 seconds to upscale 4x. Total render time 27 hours. 3 times longer. Huh? Hang on a minute. Ah, yeah, okay. Previous scenario. What? He's not listening to me. Previous scenario, 200 seconds, 1 second each. Total length, 200 seconds of footage. What? See, he's hallucinating big time. Each clip took 166 seconds. Oh, that's the total length. Okay. Total render time, 3,000 seconds, 9 hours. And then current scenario, 200 clips, 3 seconds. He's not listening to me. You're incredibly confused. You are incredibly confused. Claude. I'm going to actually call him by name because he's like, Claude. Claude. Now, listen. Scenario 1. 200 clips. 1 second. 1 second long. Each. Upscale 4x in 2,000 seconds per clip. Scenario 2, 200 clips, 3 seconds long each. Upscale 2x in 500 seconds per clip. Right. So scenario 2 is much faster despite having longer clips because the upscale factor is lower and the render time is shorter. Yeah, it's look at that. 4 times the render time for double. This is that whole you can get to 95% in an hour, but the last 5% will take you the rest of the week. And that's just life, you know? There's nothing abnormal there. That's just life. That's just the fractal we exist inside. So, but yeah, converting to days. So 4.63 days to do a 4x run with a third of the footage. So you'd only get 3 minutes out of it, and it would take 4.6 days. So this is why whenever you see a long-running AI video, and it's high quality and all the rest of it, the amount of effort that went into that is huge. See, I got a lot of respect for people that take on big projects, but I got to cover a lot of stuff, so I don't have time to lock up my machine for 5 days, basically, because that's 24 hours a day as well. So, you know, only doing this at night would take forever. Now, you could curate hard and get that down to 100 clips, but then you've only got 1.5 minutes of video. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like it's inescapable. And this is why I'm like diminishing returns. Just go for 2x, and now it only takes 1 day. And the joke is you get 10 minutes, because that's how different the battle strength is. That is the difference in battle strength. So yeah, this is why a lot of people said, why do you only do 2x? This is why I only do 2x, because I know that video is here. And like I said, the only unfortunate thing is that 4x looks so much better than 2x. Damn. Oh wait, didn't I overwrite it though? I think I might have. Let me double check. And then maybe I'm going to be okay with the whole thing. So let's see. What's this? Properties. How big is it? Yeah, this is full size. This is full size. Damn. 5 megabytes. Damn. It just looks good. Okay, is there any way I can like highlight that? Maybe I can put the, because obviously I'm not gonna, there's no way I'm gonna do that many. It's just too insane. It's too insane. Like if I was getting paid to make a video, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay, fine, I'll do the ultimate bestest ever, you know what I mean? But no, what I'm gonna do, let's see if I can't find Superior, Zoda, Hoda, no, Foda, upscaling video, upscaler, that one, 1.5 meg, Yeah, I bet that's the one. Let's just double check. 1408 by 768. Yeah, so if I could copy that and overwrite or get rid of this guy. There we go. And then refresh. Hopefully it doesn't get rid of everything. And go again. Yeah, I know. It's fine. Calm down. So I want to see both of them next to each other. It looks more flickerier around the passenger door, passenger seat. Yeah, it's a little bit less stable. Now that might be because I picked a different AI scaling. Sorry, a different AI model. So let's just have a look at what I actually used. What did I actually use? I used 4x Ultra Sharp. So, and then what am I using here? I'm using, no, that's not the right workflow. It's this one. I'm using 4x Ultra Sharp. So it might be that because it's a 4x model, it doesn't like being forced to do 2x, which is totally possible. It's totally possible it could be that. I don't know though, man. Now I'm looking at it, I'm thinking it's not actually that bad. Like maybe the sun strip is a bit more stable, but it's still jumping about. It's really difficult. It's really difficult to judge. I'd say the one on the left is fine. I'd say the one on the left is fine. All right. Okay. So that is the scuffage. So let's take a look at the video which we hadn't looked at yet. So this would be the first video. Interesting. Okay, just random stuff for the music video. Interesting. Cue that one up next. And see what this one looks like. Yeah, it's fine. See, the joke is, after what I'm going to do to it, you can't, you know, if I used a real video versus a generative video, unless you have a really keen eye and you're like, that sun strip doesn't spell anything. You know what I mean? Most people are just going to be like bumping along to the song. They're not going to care that the glitched out, scuffed car isn't real. They're not going to care, man. All I need to do is get some sound effects like vroom vroom and a bit of a dump valve, and you wouldn't even bat an eyelid, I don't think. And this is still basic as well. Okay, so it's going to take a second to load this up, but I think I'm probably just going to leave this on all night. So, I think we're pretty much there, guys. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to leave this running all night. And then tomorrow I'm going to curate down what comes out of the eclectic prompt list. And then most likely tomorrow there'll be another stream because I'm just into it at the moment. So there you are. All right. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. It's been a blast. And I will be back most likely tomorrow. So I'll see you next time.
Let's try to young, you're something you wasn't listening. Then anytime if they react, they talk about race. Then I the version, Jack and Chase, I'm so much of just my touch from it down. Don't know what much I love that best rich. You're coming home, come over first. I'm on the come of my tongue, I'm on the like and young. You got to know about them, my bad, that's somebody's song. I'm on the crash, I was like, I will come by and worse. You're coming home, come over first. I'm on the come of my tongue, I'm on the like and young. You got to know about them, my bad, that's somebody's song. I'm on the crash, I was like, I will come by and worse. I'm on the top of my tongue, I'm on the right and young. Can't turn up my than my balance, it's somebody's song. I'm on the dash, I was like, I won't come up my words.